we play now. I'm streaming
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Reminder to all that since a couple of days have passed, you have benefited from a long rest. So make sure like your sheets are proper there. And yeah, picking up from where we last left off. It has been some time after Lady Fiona Watcher's coup to overthrow Fergus came to its fruition. It's the dawn of a new day. The city of Valakai rises to the solemn toll of bells and the occult chants of Watchers and cultists. You had taken a couple days, a couple nights, to recuperate and adjust to Valaki's new regime. In that time, you ventured to investigate what remained of the Burgermeister's mansion. There, you met a couple of fellow adventurers who joined the party. Brandar, the dwarf artificer and armor of the Silver Dragon Order, and Keahi,
Yeah, Keahi.
Fey Druid of the Circle of Wildfire. As Esmeralda Davenir took some time to plot her future course, and the party continued to familiarize themselves with Brandar, Keahi and Irina went up toward the mansion stairs to explore the second floor loft and investigate Victor Valakovich's disappearance. When they returned, they brought back with them an enchanted mirror framed in gold. That is where we pretty much left off in our P chat, and where we'll continue from. That being said, what?
Well, given the nature of the rhyme you found on the mirror bender, I think it's probably best we don't leave this lying around. Although it is a little awkward for us to carry around. Do we have a solution to that? I know I don't.
You can always put it in the back of the horse.
Yes, sorry about that. I was having talking behind me. What did you say? Sorry about that.
Trying to come up with how we can keep this mirror with us, or at least away from others.
Yeah. Brandon just reaches around to put it in here, and he just holds it, a small little bag.
Suppose we could try that.
Yes, it's what they call a bag of holding.
Yeah, I don't know dimensions of mirror versus opening of bag.
So, bag of holding, I believe, can only fit whatever fits through the bag's opening.
Yeah, there's a constraint that you have to be.
Is it quite big then? Alright, I didn't know how big it was.
Yeah, the
Yeah, no,
mirror
it's like
is
a
full body
standing
mirror,
mirror.
about 3 to 4 feet across.
Right.
Hence, more than a little complicated to bring with us.
It always would be good to store it away, possibly here in the house somewhere, so if we do return, we would have whatever it's offering us, but we won't know that until we do whatever.
Well, the rhyme seems to imply some type of cutthroat, being some rhyme in magic, I should say, implies a cutthroat of some sort. I imagine it's magical equivalent of hiring an assassin.
We can leave it on the inn until we can.
Yeah,
I
the
mean,
Mardikovs could watch over it. They have been giving us rooms and everything there, and they've been very generous. As long as we kind of mask its appearance, it could still remain safe for our use in the future.
Why don't we just ask the guards in town to watch over this place for us? I don't see why Lady Wachter would have anything against us, especially given that we've just helped her seize the barony, they've already been looking over at us in the manor. They might as well make themselves useful.
Yeah, but are they looking at the man or are they looking at you?
Oh, they're definitely looking at us.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like,
Yeah.
in retrospect now, we've not made a great choice.
Well, hindsight is 20/20.
I still
Yeah,
believe this
they-
town is better off for what's happened. Better the
is-
devil you know.
Yeah.
Yes.
Go say that to each individual corpse that's in that town square.
It's better the devil remain dead.
Given the
Question,
events that
would
transpired.
Aya have mentioned necklace?
The what?
Sorry?
Would you have mentioned your necklace and the ability to bring things into there? Because you could store
Not
the.
yet, but
Yeah. Well,
But you can always ask as a character.
yes. He's a pretty. I mean, you did detect magic, so I guess.
oh yeah, I would have seen that your.
Yeah, at this point, since the spell has last 10 minutes, you've traveled a fair bit amount upstairs, but coming down,
Yeah.
you have about a minute left of the spell if you're still channeling it. Fair enough.
Yeah, I would still be channeling
Like you
it.
would notice this magic items upon your companions and Esmeralda.
Yeah. Well, that necklace you're wearing, it looks like spatial dimensions. Could that store the
Mhm.
mirror? I know you have a thing against mirrors, though.
Yeah, if you could cover it, I could store it. And
Well, that
I
should
don't see
be
a problem.
relatively straightforward. I will spend a minute searching around to find either a rug or, if I remember, blankets from upstairs to get some cloth that we could use to cover the mirror before Aya brings it in.
I'm not gonna make a rule for that. It's pretty easy to salvage even a little bit from upstairs, from what was left.
Yeah. Yeah, so I would do that. Cover up the mirror with some probably tattered at this point bed sheets.
Yeah, definitely patchy in places. Definitely torn. Somebody has went so far as to not just tear them by pulling too hard by hand, but actually taking a bladed sword or dagger and actually slashing at the mattress and thereby damaging the cloth as if searching for something.
Something, because people, yes, so. Well, here you go. It's at least covered now. So you don't have to see a reflection in it.
I hope he's isn't loud. I don't want to disturb her. Well, I'll grab the mirror and yeah, get inside
It doesn't
the
actually
ring.
magically vanish and enter into your genie vessel within space.
I would. Does the necklace fall?
I believe so, but that's kind of how we
Yes.
handled it
Yeah,
last time.
So I
Yeah,
would
it
try
falls
and
to the
reach out and catch it before it hits the ground.
Fluttering to the ground, catching just beforehand.
Well, that's
Yeah.
interesting. I wonder how long it'll take before she comes back.
She's never spent more than 10 minutes or so in there that I've seen.
Ah, well. I would then go over to the table that would probably actually be sitting around. I'd put the necklace down gently on the table.
Sure. For the sake of record keeping, so we know who has who and who has what. If you don't mind just adding the magic mirror and like some note that you'll remember where it was from. Magic mirror will be enough for me to know. But yeah, it's just so
Okay.
it's in your inventory and you can put in brackets that it's in your coin. And we'll remember that, and I guess we can just put that on a shelf for now.
Okay, perfect.
Also add the Tome of Strahd to your inventory. Jeb doesn't have a
Sure.
backpack.
Okay.
So, with the mirror dealt with, or at least somewhat safe in this house, we'll be going to check out the book that you said brings you to the past.
Yes. It's well, it's quite a hefty tome, and I've only read the first chapter or so. Nadia, you said you were able to see some of Strahd's generals and his childhood from the book?
A little bit. Oh my god, let me go back in my notes. Commander Gwillem, that was one. He had the crest of was he part of the Silver Dragons?
He was wearing the yes,
Okay, I just want to make sure.
silver armor, blue regalia, blue cloak,
Right.
and the same symbol that Brentor has on his chestplate.
So I would point to that, along with his children, but it's been kind of chaotic. Each time we delve into it, we get a little bit further each time to get into these secrets. I believe the last time it was meeting Strahd's brother and them in a duel, but it was like a festival of sorts, and dealing with Rahadan.
I'm quite eager to see what insights we can take from him so we can be proper dinner guests when we finally grace him with our presence.
At some point during this conversation, Esmeralda also peers closer and seeing that you guys are preparing to venture into the tome, gets within range to get a good look at it in anticipation.
Hey, do you mind holding out your hands? I need a proper surface, and all the other ones are filthy here. And he's just gonna clear his throat and try to read the next chapter with Aya holding the book.
I'm still in the coin.
Oh, I thought you came out already.
Hey, what do you do within your coin if you are doing anything?
Okay. For starting, dropping stuff off. I imagine discussing with the DAO. Really. Like, what should we do now that Fiona took the power and it went sideways?
In a deep, reverberating voice that seems to just grind like stone upon stone, the Dao lifts his head, placing his hand below his chin, and looks at you. You're asking me? I do not intertwine myself with the whims and plans of many mortals. We have made a bargain, a bond, an agreement. My interaction with your kind is cut off with you.
I know that this is beyond your interest. Just
My
looking
interest
for
is in
that.
seeing you become more than what you are now. We await you to reach your full potential. You must understand, to us, a year is but a glimpse, but a blink. We sit and wait for the right conditions, for the stars to align. Like the eternal stones, we wait. What is the politics of one city to a stone?
Oh, I understand. Keep trying to grow.
I've been pondering something. Not the coup. The nature of our agreement. I still wonder, why did you make the bond with my mistress?
It seemed unfair what she got out of the deal. She she's a goddess and people reject her. She represents luck either way. but people don't like how she does it.
You
doesn't seem-
intend to change that still?
Yes, I still wish to change that.
Well, then that is what I'm waiting for. I pray only that you don't end up like your friend over there. He was soft, cracked too easily, like glass. You are made from a different kind of material, aren't you? Strong like stone. And as he groans at last word, he just clenches his fist, and you see like sand and dust come off.
Stronger. If I'm still here, people say I'm stronger. But he was pretty brave and really capable. I'll come back with the rest of the party. I'll talk to you later. Hopefully, I'll realize more potential. Later.
Thou nods and then looks toward a new gift that you brought him amid the corpse of a blight, the rotting corpse of half a werewolf, and all that. And then he returns to his game before him. Pieces of stone set upon a checkerboard. If that's that, then I suppose you return back to the material. Or
Yes.
the Shadowfell.
I'm having a minor issue.
Oh,
When
well.
I'm trying to move my token, it's moving the entire map.
Please hold.
Is anybody else having that issue?
How about
I
now?
don't think I've had anything.
That's still happening.
Very weird. I mean, like, there's no battle going on. This is all for just for like visual.
I'll try refresh. Just see if that
Sure.
works. Yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe.
I can move the map by left or by right clicking, but that's just scrolling around.
Yeah, but that's scrolling around.
Or panning.
Yeah. You should not have any control over the map.
Oh.
There we go. That was weird.
Now, while Ao was in her little vessel there doing her thing, a reminder that Jeb, as you open the tome and you look onto the deciphered passages, look onwards to the pages, and the next few pages are in a cipher. Still undeciphered, they're unreadable. General reminder that deciphering a chapter requires an investigation or arcana check in at least 4 hours on average of dedicated research time. I mean, another creature can assist you in the attempt and grant advantage on the check if they help, but deciphering still takes some time.
Jeb will, once he has someone to hold it for him, we'll get started.
And while he does that, from what Brander hears about this book, he just like presses on his armor, and you just start seeing it like shift up and just going forming into the iron construct you saw, and you just see him getting taller.
The entire time, Jeb is like explaining the finer points of deciphering. This letter, as you can see, is over here, but also over here. They actually mean two different things. And he's gonna try his best. He's gonna eschew any help for the first 20 minutes. See how well he does. Not the worst. 15.
You managed to get about 20, 25 pages in, all deciphered, things trying to make sense. The more you work, the more the mists of Aroya seem to swirl at your feet and about you, and more of that mist seeps out of the pages. The more you work, the more plain the words become to sight, understandable before your eyes start to kind of glaze over, and unless anybody wishes to assist in any sort of way, Esmeralda will let you join in. eager to learn what she can. She will compare previous notes that she has from Von Richten's tower, and you can see that Rudolf von Richten, having possessed this book before, having deciphered her first chapter before, has attempted to decipher these sections of the book, but to no completion. Nonetheless, with Esmeralda's help, let's do Arcana for Esmeralda.
Show
She
off.
manages to assist you just a little bit further, enough to decipher a full passage into a chapter, the title of which is Tatiana. It is ready. You dot the last paragraph, and the book stirs. It feels cold to the touch as the mists effectively pour out of it. You feel the magic channeling through it. In those 4 hours, you had the option to attune to it. Somebody also had the option to attune to it. It is a
Oh, I definitely attuned to the book.
Okay. Jab attunes to the book. Does anybody else? Anything?
Oh, I'll attune from the staff, I guess.
You spend that.
Attune to the
Sure.
the spear of the berserker. Sorry, I forgot his name.
Sorry, what was the last one?
Blood spear of Kavan. I'll attune to the blood spear.
You're attuned to the blood spear of Kavan. So as you unattune from the staff, the sickness within is still present, still sickening, still from time to time you find it hard to breathe, and from time to time you catch a bit of dust cough onto your hand and see blood on flesh. But as you're unattuned from staff, you feel the connection to the Gulthias network vanish. Blossom sits in one corner of the room, and as the hours go by, she becomes still and withers and sinks into a deep, dormant sleep until she becomes as dry and withered as the twigs amid this foyer. The flowers at the top of her head slowly wilt away, the petals settle on the ground.
So, how long would it take for that decaying and withering to happen?
Within the
That,
hour of an unattuning from the staff. The unattunement process is an hour, so throughout that hour, the connection slowly.
So once that's happened, Kiahi would use priest flames to start trying to turn the light to ash.
You are quite surprised how fast it catches. And as it does so, you start a small fire in the corner of the room. Fire begins to spread up the wall.
And I pull the flames back in and around me, and they vanish out.
And all that's left is ash, dust, and a huge scorch mark that's like floor to ceiling on the ceiling. It was like watching curtains like goodnight.
I understand these are a little more than peasants' quarters, but it is the nicest quarters that we've had since we've come to these mist-blighted lands. Please don't set this place on fire.
Place isn't a fucking shambles. This is like a 5-star hotel, okay? Mahogany, respect.
It's just dirty, okay? It's just dirty.
We can fix this.
If this is fancy, I'm going to say it the boy Warren.
Hey, as you attune to the blood spear, you kind of close your eyes and you feel its ancient power and tribal drums in the distance, like rumbling thunder that echoes, ethereal, as if penetrating another plane of existence altogether. Just this ghostly chanting of the drums. Eventually you attune to it and you feel bloodthirst, a different kind of bloodthirst, perhaps a cousin feeling to the Gulfastry, but even more ancient and a bit more feral, tribal. Whoever the spear belonged to, some of their essence is still within the spear. You know how it works, right? You stab a person, gain a little bit of HP back because of the spear essentially is a blood drinker weapon.
Yeah.
And remember the name Kavan, because that's embedded in your head now. Its drums echo on and on and on like a heartbeat. That being said, Jeb, you attune to the magic item that is a tome. I'm assuming from our discussion you remember how it works.
Yes.
You have access to all the spells as well, so feel free to memorize those or add them to your sheets from a compendium if you wish. They're once per dusk cast, I believe. That being said, if you guys are ready, we can begin immersing into the next passage.
Immerse me, Daddy.
Immerse, indeed.
Yeah.
Mists. Oh, no, I got this. We need a little change of items. Mists pour out from the tome's pages, swallowing all around you. For a moment, everything goes dark. Strahd's disembodied voice echoes in the void as shapes and figures shift in the fog that surrounds you. My army settled in the valley, renamed for my father as we took power over the people in the name of a just God, but with none of the gods' grace or justice. You can hear the faint clash of steel swords and the shouts of soldiers dying upon a distant battlefield. Through the distant screams, Strahd's voice continues. All goodness slipped from my life. I found my youth and strength gone, and all I had left was death. Escape from the desolation and the isolation of death was impossible. In my many years, I learned that the brightest days cast the darkest shadows. A mirage of Strahd, seated in an armchair by a hearth fire, manifests itself briefly before you. Held in Lord Strahd's hand is a familiar letter informing the prince of the death of his mother. The mirage quickly vanishes, evaporating away. Strahd's voice continues to echo. At my advisor's behest, I called for my remaining family, long unseated from their ancient thrones, and brought them here to settle in Castle Ravenloft. From this plea came a younger brother of mine, Sergei, nearly grown. I had never known him. Out of the mist, two figures manifest. One, that of Strahd, stands amid an exhibition tournament's ring of dirt, surrounded by tiered benches and standing banners of House von Zarovich, their colors flying in the wind, crimson and black. A second figure rises from his seat to challenge Strahd as a roar from the crowd overtakes the scene. The two lock blades in a duel, a brotherly brawl. Broad blades sweep and quick dagger parries weave in a dance until finally Strahd manages to force his brother to overstep. He stands swiftly upright, his blade held straight, the point pressed gently to the base of Sergei's skull. After a brief moment, the two lower their weapons and bow. The crowd erupts as the brothers look out over the people. You can make out Sergei's face as he waves enthusiastically, an enormous smile plastered on his exuberant face. I actually have a token for this time, so might as well familiarize yourselves with his face. Mr. Silver Girl. You can also make out Strahd's face, drenched in sweat. He blots his face with a black handkerchief and waves out of obligation. His penetrating eyes snap briefly to his brother's direction, cutting more harshly than his longsword could ever could. The image slows down to a standstill. Strahd's voice echoes in the void. He was handsome and youthful. I hated him for both. The mists swirl and swallow all once more. From somewhere high above, a brilliant light grows brighter. cast in a spectrum of colors as if passed through crystal. Strahd's voice continues. Then all my disparaging thought fell away like dead leaves. She was without a doubt the most beautiful person I'd ever seen. The mists fall away, revealing a scene before you. 3 enormous crystal chandeliers brilliantly illuminate a magnificent feast hall. You see pillars of stone stand against dull white marble walls, supporting the ceiling. At the center of the far wall, between floor-to-ceiling mirror, brass pipes climb the stone like grapevines. They extend upwards from the wooden base of an expansive pipe organ. A grand fireplace, set into another wall, blankets the room in a homey warmth. You are seated in the center of this room at a chestnut refractory table draped with a white satin tablecloth. The table is laden with an assortment of delectable foods. They smell delicious. There's roasted beast basted in savory sauce, roots and herbs from a distant land, and the sweet arrangement of fruits and fresh vegetables, all different size and color. Places are set for each of you and 6 other guests with delicate porcelain and silver. Set near each plate is a crystal goblet filled with an amber liquid emanating a delicate, tantalizing fragrance. You appear to be attending some sort of a intimate dinner. Though you're not sure who you are in this memory, looking at the floor-to-ceiling mirrors kind of mounted on the walls, you see yourselves to be wearing well-to-do garb of Barovian ability. Of course, Jeb, you see like no difference. You're as handsome as ever. The only difference being that you're wearing like a very fancy like Baroque white wig with like those nice judge curls. Well-to-do garb of Barovian nobility, in short. Seated at a table. Now, let me know if anybody is not. Oh, you guys are not here. So, let me spawn you guys. No. I think. You know what? Let me just. I just want to make sure that I got this correct. Let's see.
Why are we so small?
You can zoom in.
No, I meant like compared to the other tokens.
Well,
Feels like I'm.
You can enlarge your token if you want.
Oh no, I didn't know if there was any reason. I didn't know like if they were like 8-foot tall versions of themselves or whatever.
Wait, am I in garments or am I in my armor?
So, looking at the mirror, you are not yourself. You look down at your hands through your hands. You touch your face, you feel your beard, and you feel. Then you feel your clothes, and not your own clothes. They're like well-to-do, nobility clothes. And looking in the mirror, you see a different face. Not sure who you are. Looks like to do some well-to-do noble of another. Same height, same kind of stature, maybe even like a dwarf for all you know. But fitting the scene more than you would. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Seated at a table are 6 others. You see Strahd seated at the head of the table, dressed in fine clothing, befitting him as Prince of Barovia. His ears are still rounded, and his smile bears no fangs. He still has that pink color to his skin. Seated to his right is an elven woman with mauve skin, hair tied up in a voluminous bun, and her clavicle adorned with what looks to be a necklace within which sits a large, glimmering crimson jewel. Her dress matches the colors upon von Zelvich's banners, though she appears the most foreign among all of you. Another Dusk Elf sits to Strahd's left. You recognize him as Rahadin from previous chapters. Strahd's Chamberlain and faithful servant. You see a faded battle scar across his upper forehead that breaks the elf's otherwise perfectly symmetrical face, and his eyes observe all like a watchful hound. All the while, he maintains perfect decorum. At the head of the opposite end of the table sits Sergei von Zarvich. To his left sits a woman with blonde hair cut short. She wears garments befitting a high priestess or some other similar religious figure. Her white cloth is embroidered with imagery of the sun. To Sergei's right sits an auburn-haired woman that, to your surprise, looks strikingly like Irina Kalyanda. For the sake of this, Esmeralda is also with you, but whatever. This is about you guys, not about her. She'll be just an observer. That being said, so far, questions, concerns?
No.
Yeah.
Yep.
How Strahd is looking? Is he happy? Is he mad?
Strahd and the rest of the guests to that part look. Strahd looks intrigued, but the general atmosphere of the dinner is somewhat not so particularly pleasant. Each guest is varying for attention and their place at the table, and you kind of get the general gist of each respective member's motives around this table. You look at Strahd, who is in the midst of addressing the auburn-haired lady, talking very softly and trying to ask inquisitive questions, learning where she's from, what village is she from, what's her family like, is she well treated, has she been enjoying her stay at the castle, and does she intend to stay for long. You get just that he draws much more attention toward this woman than toward the dusk elf seated to his right. From now and then, whenever his brother Sergei speaks up, you see Strahd, you hear him kind of sabotage his brother in any way that he can. Throughout the dinner conversation, you can hear him kind of casually making a point that as member of the church, Sergei does not have to take a vow of non-marriage, don't you know? He simply pays no mind to the dusk elf woman to his right, who seems to be his escort for the evening. All the while, that same woman attempts to regain Strahd's attention any way she can. What do you do?
As the Dusk Elf tries to get Strahd's attention, Jeb is gonna play wingman and try to get this Dusk Elf's attention. Ask her where she's from. Where'd she get those wonderful jewels around her neck?
My people are the greatest craftsmen of this land. We take great pride in our work. I only wear it to flaunt it. Truly, I should, as the partner of Strahd Wozendovich, I should be embellished in the best of jewelry. Don't you agree?
I do, and if I might say so, that is quite ravishing. Second only to the beautiful moon and stars that hang above us.
She takes a compliment, like Regent Queen would take a compliment from her closest advisor.
And he just like give just another suck up, like just raise a glass like to your beauty and to the right hand of the ruler of the land. And just
at that point, you kind
not
of
waiting
see
for anything.
Rahadan kind of cough at your toes, and he's like, "Not yet. She's not." What was that? You heard me. Gidgeon sense that she's trying to avoid Rahadan's judgments. All the while that, Rahadan is making no effort to hide his
displeasure.
mocking of and demeanment of this woman.
This is just like a Thursday night dinner at the Moonglow Manor, so he's like totally all about the
Mom and
barbs
Dad are
across the
fighting
dinner
again.
table.
Yeah. The rest of you? You have the freedom at the table to drive some discussion if you wish, or ask questions of your hosts and other guests.
I would just refer to if no one says anything. Jeff has some questions.
Actually, what is the time frame? Is this like the dinner, like the night
Judging
after?
by the meal, you would consider dinner to be close post duskfall.
I mean, like, is
Yeah.
it like directly after the sparring of the two brothers, or is this like just some time?
Especially with the elves being around, it's kind of hard to judge how much time truly have passed, but surely not more than a few weeks or months. As obviously having settled, Sergei looks like he is wearing clothes he would wear at his own home, and everybody seems kind of familiar with their surroundings, so you get a general sense that it has been some time, but no more than a year, perhaps. Hard for me to say more, kind of thing.
Yeah,
It's not like
I
there's
just
a
wanted to get.
calendar behind your back that says like June 13th, like,
Yeah.
The castle throughout still seems, well, to you it seems lively compared to the places you've been in Darkon. Have been kind of let go. Undeath is not kind to the stone walls of castle, whereas the living tend to take better care of it. So looking around, you can tell this is still around that time period of early Barovian conquest.
So, Rahadim, now that the war is over, what are you using your blade for? How are you entertaining yourself?
I served the Lord like he was my own brother, like I served his father before him. To you, perhaps the war is over, but I never quite get sated, if you know what I'm saying. I always thirst for more, and there's always more out there. We still have an assassin about, after all, and I don't know about you, but I'm more than keen to catch him. That is my war, he says with that ever-present smirk of his.
Any leads on who that is yet?
We've captured a few main suspects, some of them still rot in the dungeons, yet to confess to anything useful. Others have perished before they could answer. We'll get to them in time. All we have so far is that dagger, is that right, my lord? And you see Strahd nods and kind of turns to present and at the same time kind of inspect that blade that you saw before. The one with the hilt of gold, black, and red, with like this skull for a pommel, and the blade is kind of curved in a crisp fashion. Looks like a wicked thing. It seems that Strahd has kept it as a kind of souvenir to taunt the assassin all the while.
You'd think one with such an ostentatious blade would have a better, or have a more deft hand holding it.
Well, the man we caught, we believe he's not a true assassin. And perhaps there is more about. After all, the Balvertia are relentless. Once they have a target, they must finish it, lest they be finished and replaced. It's a very occultish organization.
And these assassins, they can't be swayed with coin.
No.
Sure.
They are born to kill. It is their purpose, their essence. What? Admirable? If we're not, my lord, being the target.
I suppose the simple question then is, if they're such skilled assassins, they must surely cost quite a lot to hire. How many enemies does your lord have with that type of coin?
I don't quite understand the question. How many enemies does Strahd have with that type of coin?
And I'm basically implying that the assassins of that quality must be incredibly expensive. Therefore, how many people could possibly have hired these assassins?
Strahd seems to low-key flex a little bit by saying, well, after all I've done, I think some people would go after my throat for free. I only welcome it.
Your of enemies.
Sometimes it's not the honor of money, but it's the honor of killing who you killed.
If you don't have enemies, you have no purpose. I was driven to conquer. I was driven to bring honor to my family, and I have succeeded. I've made a few enemies along the way. Those enemies want me dead. They will fail, like their predecessors before them. I will see my people protected. I will see my reign absolute. I will have things go my way. No assassin can stop me, says Strahd. But enough about that. Tell me. He again engages in conversation with the auburn-haired woman. Tatiana, was it? Fedorovna, that's a commoner's name. A commoner's name indeed, but I swear, with such a face, you fit right among us, nobles. You could be secretly a high-class woman yourself, for all we know. Are you sure you're not just here to refresh the spirit with what you were craving all along? It must be boring living among the lowly folks below. You get a sense that this Tatiana, that he speaks to, does everything in her power to try and fit in with this noble crowd and the matter of their conversation. She lights up anytime that Sergei looks at her and then respectfully looks towards Strahd, kindly acknowledges his comments and compliments him in return, and keeps polite conversation all the while, speaking in that eerily similar, like, kind of consonants and tempo and mannerism that Irina would have. The same soft voice, the same shy, reserved mannerism, all the while just trying to be as polite as possible without offending the lord of the land.
Question: did Irina join us in the tone? Because she was there. No. Okay.
In this episode of The Curse of Strahd, Tatiana plays herself.
No, because I want you guys to, like, I want to give you guys the opportunity to, like, figure out things by your own self, not like NPCs crying them out.
Yeah.
Wow.
So Tatiana, you're not the only one that the Lord is not the only one who got your attention. How precisely you got here?
Well,
Your family do.
Sergei was kind enough to invite me. We met some time ago, and he kept insisting to bring me here and see family, meet the people that he spends his most amount of time nowadays with. I'm only so glad to meet you all. It is truly an honor. Thank you again, Lord Strahd. And Sergei. She addresses Lord Strahd very quickly, politely, but when she looks at Sergei, she seems to linger a little bit longer before kind of checking out of it and turning back to Uea. It is a luxurious place. It's truly majestic. I've never been in a room so big. This whole place is as big as, well, 2 of my houses can fit in this very room. You can tell she's like
How
commoner, yeah.
Yeah, Jeb's just gonna fall in. How quaint. Well, your effort is very much appreciated, and I am glad that
My
Sergei
effort.
plucked the
She looks down
flower.
at like her dress, and it's like a very plain dress, a little bit of frill.
Yeah,
but, like, and
he's like giving her a backhanded compliment.
yeah, like she like glances over at the dusk elf woman who like all the while just like swivels her wine glass and just stares at her like with like that
Sergei,
look of
you
jealousy.
have the most wonderful taste. It is you have quite an eye for plucking this beautiful flower out of the pot, out of the dirt, and putting her in a beautiful vase.
Just be careful,
I can-
says Strahd. Just be careful that by plucking the flower you don't kill it.
I would mention to the elf sitting next to me. How long has this been going on?
What has been going on? She says it while like tearing her eyes off like Tatiana.
The brothers fighting over her. Strahd and Sergei both vying for her attention.
Ever since she bloody got here, she kind of whispers back to you, like trying to keep like attached. Ever since she bloody got here.
Of course. Well, hopefully it doesn't devolve into more baser instincts.
Oh god, I'm gonna puke. Do not speak of such things. Hopefully the only thing she devolves back into her peasant self and catch a pumpkin ride back to her village. Making Cinderella jokes, whatever.
Madam, I don't remember seeing many of those who wear, I assume, the Morning Lord's regalia at these dinners. What brought, who invited you?
Who invited you? I invited you. You see this woman you're addressing. She just basks in the chaos of this meal. She kind of looks you up and down. Does Jeb wear any like religious iconography on his person at any time?
Presently, an amulet of saloon, but that's very recent.
You see that it still dangles off wherever like you wear it on your neck or on your wrist. Yep. Wherever it like she looks at it like
it'd be around his neck, yeah.
Yeah. She speaks to you, looking at that thing. There has to be some measure of the Lord and the Lady's presence, and I do not mean Lord Strahd. The Morning Lord watches all of us, and by his grace we have the food on this table, and by his grace we have the fortune of sitting all here, alive and well after a lengthy and tragic war. I was invited here on behalf of the church to oversee things.
Jeb would just immediately quip up. By his grace, we are all seated here, but it is by the Lord's sword and his tactical ability that we sit here safely.
Strahd just lifts his cup to you and says something along the lines of, "Great minds think alike." The church served us well. It revived our dead and healed our wounded and sick. But after all, what is prayer to the sword? Many prayed for the life before they were cut down. I apologize, this is not dinner conversation. My war years seem to have mucked up my awareness. I apologize, my lady. He apologizes to Tatiana specifically, kind of ignoring the woman he spoke to previously. The religious type. That same woman turns towards Sergei at some point during the dinner, kind of like whispers something to his ear, something along the lines of like, to remind him that this woman that you brought here, but a commoner, you're being foolish. Are you sure about this? like kind of Nadia, you pick up on his whisper. Yeah, you close enough to kind of pick up on his whisper. Seems to be like some sort of a chaperone of Sergei's.
Actually, what? Well, real quick before that, judging by how Strahd is talking to Tatiana and like the whole tension in the room, like how does Sergei handle it? Is he kind of like dismissive, or is he just kind of putting on a smile and going with it? Where you can
yeah,
tell there's
exactly.
tension?
While everybody is just low-key being nasty to one another, everybody have their own kind of goals around the table. Sergei engages all of you at a table with conversation, kind of like with enthusiasm, like someone who is happy to see old friends come back. He seems entirely like oblivious to Strahd, like any of Strahd's like advances. Think of them just as playful compliments. And like every time like Strahd like throws him like an insult, he just treats them like as merely jokes and smoothly brushes them away or like twists them into like something positive. Generally, just Sergei keeps the table at high spirits and abates any tension that he notices. Seems to be having a really genuinely good time with family. His new interest. I know, like every time the woman to his right, the one dressed in white with the sun regalia, speaks to him, he just goes, "Lianya, frankly, my devotion can be split two ways between the church and my own personal life. After all, my brother was right. I am to take my vows one day, and I must taste other cups before I partake the wine of the church."
What name did he say?
Ilona. Ilona.
Thank you.
From the general conversation around the table, if you don't ask names yourselves, you generally pick up people saying each other's names. You have Strahd, seated the elf beside him is named Patrina, Patrina, Patrina. Seated to Sergei, Tatiana, and Ilona.
What were you saying about the whisper, though? She was leaning over to Sergei and saying which?
She seems to kind of like warn him, like, "Oh, she's just a commoner, unbefitting your station. Are you sure about this?" And also like reminding him of like his duties to the church and the vows he's about to take, and just kind of asks him if he's sure that he wants to commit to this distraction, remaining skeptical, like a religious figurehead would.
Yeah.
You get the gist that Sergei is currently undergoing the rites and training to himself become a priestly figure or like a religious leader.
And is in his rebellious phases.
Sort of.
Yeah.
And she's just kind of
Well,
not completely approving of it. Not opposing it openly, but, you know, says her mind.
I guess I would kind of lean over and, as I guess other people are talking, leaning over to Ilona, just be like, well, and just posing as some other person. Well, we are allowed to be young and in love at times, and perhaps some mistakes are made along the way, but you do see him in his hope in his eye. I mean, he does seem to be the happier one here. He is keeping better mood on things.
Question to Nadia as a character.
Yeah.
Has Nadia, in her pursuits within her church...
Nice.
I'm like, I can't. If it's lyrics, I'm going to pass it. In her like training within the church, has like relations been frowned upon in your kind of church, or was it just like do what you want as long as you're devoted to God, you can do what you want kind of thing?
No, I wouldn't say it's like, frowned upon or anything. I
'Cause-
mean, if anything, it's
Right, because from everybody at the table, Nadia would have the most experience with religious figureheads. You can tell this woman is a very high ranking, if not like the head priestess, judging by her regiments and dress and stuff, and the giant sunburst symbol on her chest that reminds you of the abbots, but this one is like bejeweled, and like you can even from here feel a certain like force emanate from it.
yeah.
Probably magical of some kind.
Yeah, I would say it's just more of like it sounds super cliche, but it's that spark between like two people, and so like I guess through my clergy and everything, and so it's like the coming of two things, like it causes a ripple or something between two people, like a storm would, and it's like, oh, it can be a good thing
She
as long
just
as you're not
simply
like
replies
just
that
being a
I
piece of
simply
shit.
don't want this experiment of his to get in the way of his true purpose in front of the Lord. He has such great potential, and I simply don't want to throw it away. With that, you kind of get a sense like she's not just being a prude, she's like a motherly figure for him. Especially since his mother passed away, I've felt like it was my duty to see him blossom to his full potential.
Well, I do agree, but however, he is we will all find our own path. Why smother such a bright flame right now? I would say let, fate decide that in the morning.
Something
Lord
weird
will be his
happens.
guide.
The entire memory that you're within seems to kind of shift. When you say smother the flame, the words echo just a little too long. And you get this sense, this vertigo sense of like, whoa, what's going on? And like things start coming back to saturated colors, and you find your balance again as things resume as normal, and perhaps you have a lingering feeling of like what just happened, but then things like go back to normal.
Is it like everyone feels that or just me?
I would say everybody feels that, as Nadia
Okay.
says, smothered with flame.
Being such a kind of a weird shifting in like everything, I would just kind of just look around and just kind of reaffirming that everyone had felt it, but yet it's not altering like what we're doing.
Esmeralda just glances from side to side, just kind of trying to like listening.
So if I wanted to cast a spell with somatic components, would I be able to try and do that under the table?
Yeah.
I would like to do control. Having seen Smother the Flame doing something bad, I'd like to do control flames too. Because of me, I'm gonna make the candles and the chandeliers go twice as bright.
With a almost whistling, like the begin to brighten up and just keep them that way.
Yeah.
And Rahadin just kind of looks up. I'll get on it, my lord. My apologies. It seems that the oil is leaking again. Let's get on before it drips on the table and this starts a fire. That would be exciting, wouldn't it? Gets up from his chair and how the fuck do you fix that in medieval times? Now you got me as a DM.
We're just going to see Rada not on the table.
He's gonna get on it. However you get on it, he's gonna try and figure out what's going on there. You just play around with the flames.
That's just an effect that lasts an hour until I do something with it. I think I can dismiss it. I could dismiss it as an action, but
It adds a little
just-
bit of excitement
it's
to the
there after
tables.
casting
Rahadin
it.
just kind of looks up puzzled as you're messing with him and he's trying to figure out what the hell is going on. Strange. He's gonna behave that way. At which point you kind of see the woman beside Strahd lift up her hand. I got it. It's maybe old magics that linger within these walls. You know, this place is ancient. Haunted even. Yeah. And with a flick of her wrist, she will, like, dispel magic, essentially. And to your very disappointment, the effect ceases. You feel the severance from the flame as she's extinguishes dispelled. Interesting, lingering magic. I'll have to walk about the castle to investigate. I thought Only our people had ley lines flying about, but it seems that this castle holds many secrets. I'll be excited to discover them. Is that right, my lord? Strahd pays her no attention.
Well, folk are like chatting away. Brandar's just gonna like square see just talk to Taliana. He's just like here. Didn't he listen to Stick over there? Right, that dress is nice.
You're stealing something? What are you saying? Sorry.
No, he's saying it. No, he's just talking to Tatiana. He's just like, didn't he listen to Stick over there? And he just kind of nudges to Jed. Like, Stick. He's really fit and he's so Stick. You know what I mean?
Tatiana looks at you
He's
and
calling me skinny.
I'm calling him skinny. Yeah, I'm just like, the dress is
I
nice.
got you. It takes a while for Tatiana to like get through your words. She's like, I'm sorry. I'm so used to my small town village that Barovia is such a large land. Everybody speaks so differently. I'm still getting used to it. I suppose he is a little on the skinny side. She's very uncomfortable insulting other people. You get the gist of it. She's trying very hard to fit in with your conversation. Maybe this is how nobles talk normally, but she feels super awkward insulting other people.
Yeah, he's just like, he just kind of whispers, you can, come on, just between us, you can call him uptight.
She's too pure for this world. She's just like, I can't, and she just blushes.
Yeah. After he's that, he just goes to her. So he's just like, so how long you and Sergei been seeing each other then?
It's been a few wonderful weeks, if it is proper of me saying. But it's been quite a time. He's quite a romantic man. He quite likes romantic gestures. I think sometimes when I lay at night and I close my eyes, I still smell the flowers of the gardens where we walk, and when I close my eyes, I see the sights of marvelous balcony and overlooking from the castle below. See my little village. Everything's so tiny. The people are like ants below. It's been a pleasant experience.
Where did you two meet? It's not often that someone like Sergei finds copper when
It seems
usually it's platinum.
From what she says, even though she does her very best to hide the fact that you just called it copper, but you know, manners maketh man. So from what she says, it seems that Sergei went out of his way to, you know, while his brother was out there conquering and declaring the land his own and doing all the political stuff that a conqueror does, Sergei went to the people, to the lowly, to familiar himself with the Barovian people, with the land, and met Arena in her village of Barovia. Tatiana, that is. I mean, can't blame me for mixing them up. They look exactly the same. Yeah.
Brandon just kind of looks to Jeb and just kind of rolls his eyes at the copper comment, and he's just like, we're not all like him. Hey, Sergei seems a good lad.
I think I love him. She whispers. It seems that she has been holding on to those words for a very long time and super excited to say them out loud, but too bashful to say it too loud.
Yeah, well, Brandon just kind of whispers, well, if he's the first thing you think of when you wake up and the last thing you think of when you go to bed, that's love.
She smiles, very bashful, very young, too pure for this world. Does anybody else have anything else they want to do during dinner before things eventually start to kind of wind down?
Yeah, so with Katrina having killed my son with making the fire brighter, I'd like to instantaneously extinguish flames. Again, trying to cast it under the table on chandeliers. I think I can only do one chandelier at a time because I can only get a 5-foot cube.
Anybody pay attention? Just like slowly, she's like one candle after another.
I wanted to ask,
The room's still
Are we
dim. Yeah.
are we the Petrovich winglings as before, or are we like older nobles?
You look like just
Or-
Barovians well-to-do. Not specific people
Yeah.
per se. Not any
Okay.
regalia to make you recognizable. Just imagine very fancy Baroque people invited to castle, friends of friends and such.
Okay.
Yeah. Some of you perhaps will be like tied to the Church of Barovia and have been invited here by Ilona. Some of you might even be I mean, long story short, whoever you are are well-to-do people of Barovia, with the exception of like the two dusk elves at the table.
Yeah, and I will say that for anyone who knows proper etiquette, Kiahi is not doing proper etiquette.
Yeah, knows Brandar.
Rodden just gives you like the dirtiest of looks. Like he's aggressively trying to keep decorum at the dinner at all costs, and like just watching you, just I don't know, like just eating with your hands.
Oh no, it's more the I'm supposed to use a fork. Okay, I'll grab any of the forks that they've laid out. Any right kind of. I don't know. I'm not being rude, but I don't know any of this. I don't know
Yeah,
any
Jeb,
of the policies for
when
this.
you reach
so.
for the wrong fork, Jeb will just loudly clear his throat until like you get to the right one. So it'll just sound like he's
Yeah,
hacking up
he
along
wouldn't
the table
care.
for the right fork.
Yeah, I just continue to grab the fork.
Lad, drink some water. Jesus. Well, late.
Right.
Yeah.
Eventually, you get to like the last candle of the second Shalera, and like the room begins to like be noticeably like darker at this point. And Patrina, the elvish woman, just looks up.
Yeah.
Like, I'm telling you, ghosts. This is. One moment. I believe it's. And you see her for a good like 10-20 seconds try to like get the right semantic gestures with fingers before she finally figures it out and begins to reignite the candles. And then looks satisfied with herself and turns to Strahd as if to say like impressed? Anything? Strahd's attention is just purely focused on Tatiana as he maintains conversation with her and just continues to ignore his date for the night. As things begin to kind of wind down, enough blows have been struck, and the party, you've like had your fair share of questions. You see Sergei as he rises out of his chair and excuses himself. Thank you all for hosting us, brother, but I'm afraid Tatiana and I must go. I ought to return her to the village down the hill. Strahd raises a brow in contest, insisting, surely she may remain in the castle as a guest. Tatiana, darling, it will be no trouble at all to have a room drawn up for you immediately. He gives a...
Yes, she should know. She should know one pleasant night's rest, and finer things
Strahd nods.
to sleep in.
Jeb, yeah. Indeed. Rahadin can draw you up a room, and within the hour it will be ready, warm and welcoming, and you can stay as long as you like. I insist.
Well,
You see Tatiana. She's like wishing to remain humble. She attempts to politely refuse. What is it?
no, because I would not have ever heard her whispering that she's in love with Sergei when I signed far enough away with that, and that was quiet. Would I have overheard Tatiana saying that she was in love with Sergei? Because that was far away and quiet from me, I think. So probably not.
Perception check.
Okay.
Kind of across the table will be conversation between two, but if you were like
Yeah.
actively listening to it,
No. Probably not.
you got the gist that whatever she was
I
talking
got
about, she was really
gist,
excited about it, and she was
but
kind
not
of
enough.
shy. And you
Okay,
started
yeah,
blushing,
I'm
but you
not
didn't
gonna
really
say
pick up on it. You knew that the subject was probably Sergei as she was kind of turning away from him, glancing in his direction.
Yeah,
But
but
it looked
not enough to. Not enough for me to.
between us girls'
Really?
conversation with Brandar over there. But yeah, Tatiana wishing to remain humble, she attempts to politely refuse Strahd's offers, and Sergei just kind of turns to her like, whatever you wish, my lady. He appears to respect whatever Tatiana desires. Before Tatiana can reply, however, you hear Petrina chime in. Come now, my lord. Let Our Lady return to her rustic home. Surely we mustn't spoil her too much. Rahadin, as if to spite Petrina remarks, says through a gesturing smile, rest assured that my lord's accommodations are more than adequate for one such as yourself, Lady Tatiana. Please, do stay. My lord insists. Alternately, Tatiana accepts Strahd's offer. However, even so, you see her stare longingly at Sergei, and Strahd's face falls somber. The scene slows to a standstill as time seems to once again freeze in place. As the mists seep in through the walls and begin to crumble away this memory, Strahd's voice, now disembodied, echoes throughout this settling darkness. It was as if the sun had been hidden by a cloud. Its brilliant glory now shone in full upon him, and him alone. All falls black once more. As... Sorry, bear with me. I'll just do this. All falls to black. You are whisked away to the castle gardens where Strahd... Actually, I have something like this. Never mind. There you go. You're whisked away to the castle gardens where you can see Strahd walking alongside Tatiana in the soft dusk light. It appears to be another day. Sometime in a few days has passed at this point. Seems that one night has turned to several nights, so turned to perhaps a few weeks of staying in the castle. You hear him, Strahd, gently ask her how she finds her new quarters here, and offer satisfaction with the amenities of the castle life. Everything is wonderful, old one, she replies. Strahd's eyes momentarily grow wide as if a knife has pierced his chest. The sound of a gentle harp strums over the quiet courtyard, and the mists blind you once more. Tatiana giggles behind you, and you are no longer amid the castle gardens. Tatiana sits on a stool in a grandiose, paneled music room. Her hair has grown, and her homely vestments have been replaced by a simple but beautiful summer dress. Stunning harp music drifts through the air, and you see Strahd plucking at the instrument strings, entirely at peace, and enraptured by Tatiana's joy. Almost frozen in time, the two begin to sing until a door clicks and Sergei enters. Tatiana stands and bows to Sergei as he hurries toward her, hugging her so tightly she rises from the ground. He spins her around and around and around the fading room. Tatiana continues to spin, and her already stunning dress morphs into a blossoming red gown with a large petticoat. She dances in what appears to be a ballroom, the same hall where you sat for dinner, now cleared for a crowd. She swirls and whirls to the tune of the now lively pipe organ and a small band. Her outstretched hand clasps with Sergei, entwined, twirling and floating through a crowd of nobles, all doing the same. All but Lord Strahd von Zarovich, who sits starkly below a deathly still portrait of his own likeness. You hear him call for a toast for the people of Barovia and his incredible guest. Staring deeply into Tatiana's eyes, Strahd von Zarovich steps toward the two, forward from his throne, and presents Tatiana and Sergei with goblets. You hear his voice. To your lasting joy. What do you do?
I'll raise a glass.
Okay, I wanna cast Well, no. Yeah, I don't do anything. Sorry.
Yeah, he would definitely have been dancing along with the music as it was going, but as soon as it stopped, probably have taken
It
a
keeps
couple
going.
extra seconds. Oh, yeah. Then he would be probably continue to be dancing around.
Just checking in with everybody.
I wanna
Just having
detect
fun dancing with
poison
animals.
and disease.
You cast a spell, concentrating upon it.
Yeah.
You sense no poison within either goblet.
Okay.
However, since you are so attentive at looking at the goblets while you're casting this, concentrating upon them, do you mind rolling me a perception check?
Sure. I'm too drunk.
You're too drunk?
Yeah, from the
So-
dinner. Too much wine.
Sleight of hand is dexterity, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
What did I roll there? Yeah,
11.
maybe you've been kind of hitting the rivalries a little bit too hard, and while casting your spell, you're like, no poison. Good for enough for me. You watch as the two drink from cups. Tatiana drinks, and then, after a moment, her glance turns distance, her hand unmoving, and a silly sort of smile spreads across her face. She turns towards Sergei at the end of the toast and immediately steals him away for a dance with impassioned fervor. The dreamscape begins to collapse once more, all melding into mist and falling silent. In the dark, only Strahd's sorrowful voice remains. I have done everything in my power as Lord of Barovia and ruler of Castle Ravenloft to impress my dear Tatiana. When my gestures of affection failed time and time again, I attempted to resort to my growing magical knowledge. In my research, I've learned that love is an elusive energy. In my pursuit for love, for true, long-lasting effects on emotion, one would think the ritual for casting a love spell or creating a love filter will be more common. But my books were bereft of such things, except for a single short treatise on the subject. The writer's conclusive evidence that love was a force that could not be successfully reproduced by magic methods. Such conclusions struck me as inanely smug. Try saying that with an accent. The tome reaches the end of yet another entry, and you feel yourselves being pulled back to the present. Slowly, you return to your original surroundings as the mists of Ravenloft absorb into the tome.
When we get back, I approach Irina and ask her if she recognized this person. With minor illusion, I try to do
You
like.
turn to find Irina, like coming out of the tome, you turn to find Irina, and she's been sitting at the close to the edge of the foyer, hugging her knees on the floor, leaning against the wall, staring at the tome, and then her eyes go wide as she sees your silhouettes reappear. Judging by the angle of the sun, the dim light coming through the windows, you can tell it's been some time, and by her kind of tired face, she seems to have actually fallen asleep waiting for you. You're back.
Oh.
What happened? I thought thought if I stood close enough, I would venture with you, but you vanished. It's been an hour.
Is that all it's been? Time flies.
Well,
You can hear the church bells of Valaki chime 5.
well, that's odd. I don't know why you wouldn't have been brought in. Although, perhaps we saw one of your ancestors there.
My ancestors.
Tatiana
Yes, that was her name.
from. Well, the party's told us everything we should know, right? At this point, I'm just saying that.
Yeah, just to,
Yeah. So
yeah.
yeah. So I guess you didn't go, maybe because you were already there. I don't know.
What you? She's a look of horrified confusion spreads across his face. You say the name and it intensifies. He calls me that. In the first nights, when he first came, I was twice bitten. Before any of you ever arrived, I had nightmares. I kept denying them, but part of me believes that it was real. He came to me at night, into my own home, called me that name. The memories, they're hazy, but I awoke. She traces her fingers across her neck, where faded but still present puncture marks are upon her neck, where Strahd has sunk his
And
teeth.
what about the name Sergey?
That's the man I saw at the crash pool. The memories I was chasing, as if from a yesterday that I never lived through. I tried to make sense of these emotions, but now you witnessed them too. So there must be some truth to them. She looks very, very confused, trying to work through her emotions here. Trying to piece it all together, make sense of it. All the while, Esmeralda looks at you, looks at the book, and quickly heads over to her investigation table and tries to capture everything that she has witnessed into her own journal. Tries to copy down everything that she saw before turning back to the tome and saying, What's that? What's that? Looking at the newly deciphered passages, those of you who would look, you note that instead of yet another spell, the tome presents a page seemingly copied from an ancient alchemy almanac.
Sorry, can you say the last word, almanac?
It's like a diagram, a recipe of reagents for an alchemical concoction of some sort. It seems to have been copied from an ancient alchemist almanac.
Easy here, let me have a look. Randall will just kind of look at see if he can decipher what it means.
Yeah, it's pretty much deciphered. The diagrams kind of describe the process of creating a filter of love. Love in a bottle.
Oh, it's a love potion.
Well, I suppose that's what he
You could explain what happened at that dance. I mean,
She did
Tatiana is actually so in love with that Sergey. I mean, yeah, though she's bashful, but she's in love with him. And it seems like Strahd started to love Tatiana, but couldn't get over that she loves Sergey more than him. So the fact that I'm currently looking outside and seeing all this may be the cause of that is quite ridiculous. But I wouldn't be surprised if we get another chapter of that book and we see Strahd Sergey.
Yes.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I imagine that is what he claimed to have given Tatiana.
Yeah, expecting that will make him or fall in love with him, but it only increased our love for Sergey, it seems. You can't change who a person loves, but I guess you can make someone
Well.
love someone more.
Well, not easily. Depends upon the level of love that exists. True love, no, that's very difficult to break.
Well, for what I could tell, this was true love. Yeah, the little discussion I had with her, it was true love.
Ah, okay.
You don't understand, says Irina. You say it was an ancestor. This feeling, this connection. It's as if it's a part of me.
You do look the spitting image of her, so I will say
A
that.
twin. Like
Yeah,
a reflection.
yeah, you are these, like, if it wasn't hundreds of years ago, I'd swear you were her.
The way she spoke, the way she carried herself, other than being in humble rags, I'd swear you were the same person.
Oh, he called you copper.
If you saw the visage sitting at the table, surrounded by opulence, you would have called what we saw copper as well.
Ranter, I don't suppose you got the town that Tatiana was from? Or the village?
Barovia.
Barovia.
Yeah, the village
So,
of Barovia.
the village of Barovia.
Ah, okay.
New York, New York.
Well,
Well.
Kiahi, I hope you took notes. I assumed you were that noble that could not tell the fish fork from the dessert fork from the meat fork.
It's a fork.
Does Murata just goes, is that really all that you took from that memory? Is that really what you retained?
A fork.
Well, given that we need to
Yeah.
present proper manners in front of the Lord of the Land to have a proper business arrangement, yes.
Yeah, lad, I did not pay attention to it at all either. I mean, I saw this one very long fork, and I just thought it was for scratching my ass.
No, and then we
Yeah, he
know
would hold up one of the forks. You mean this fork? This is the fork. It's just a fork.
we know what wine Strahd prefers. We know what
Ugh.
meat he prefers, and we know he is smitten with the copper girl at
Yes.
the table, of which we're
Yeah.
the spitting image of.
Yes,
says
but
Esmeralda.
do you not?
Also, Esmeralda's gonna take fucking. She's gonna be in awe at the fact that you still have a fucking fork from the past. Like, you can take things. Interesting. Notes that as well.
I didn't know.
I'm not blaming
eating.
you. It's all right. It's okay.
Oh
This
yes,
is
I was
good.
told they could do that. Also, Esmeralda, did you notice that while everything seemed to have changed, and he just reaches under his collar to show the amulet of Selûne, this appeared in the past as well.
Well, I have my share of theories. Such artifacts, they draw connections to the person that attunes to them. Perhaps the attuned person retains more of themselves within the memory than others, who are acting as fill-in characters.
Maybe.
I can only imagine what kind of sort of magic is required to make everybody compatible with such an item for the memory to make sense. It is like a dream. It must maintain a sort of balance without waking you, without making you realize that something is wrong.
Yeah.
Yes.
It was fun playing with the flames there, though.
Be careful with manipulating memories too harshly. Like a dream imbalanced, you might kick us out of the memory if things go too haywire. I wonder if one can die within this memory.
Well, from what they have told me, one of the last guys used to come out that thing covered in blood all the time.
Yes, I worry if we pressed the limits and injured ourselves, Which is why I made sure to act as a proper dinner guest, unlike some people.
I don't think that, Kiahi is gonna get executed for playing with the lights, but, Esmeralda theorizes, like, she wonders how far things can get pushed before the dream collapses.
Jeb just says, like, look, I'd just be a fly on the wall and learn information rather than push. Like, he is the opposite, right? He's like, it's better to be a part of the memory and absorb what he can passively get.
I suppose a more interesting question is, why did it feel so wrong when Nadia mentioned snuffing out the flame?
It
I
was
tried-
quite.
I tried
was an odd
changing the
feeling.
flames after that, and other than slightly irritating Rahadan and eventually Katrina using her own magic to counter mine,
Maybe Nadia said something to the blonde-haired lass that really maybe strung a chord and changed something in her mind.
Well, she did have something around her neck that was, had a small sense of power. I mean, certainly a high priestess of her caliber would have such an item, but to have the whole dream, whatever it was, shift
Well, it
like
could
that.
shoot it. Well, it's something that possibly changed something with her, like with her opinion on something. Whatever you were talking to her about, maybe you shifted her opinion.
Maybe it was just a strong reaction to the words, because her god is the
Possible.
Morning Lord, and anything being smothered, the flames or lights or anything like that. I mean, it could be taken as a, I don't know,
Right?
maybe not as far as hostility, but enough to shake something.
Well,
But how it's linked to the dream, I would have no idea.
yeah. Don't particularly care to smother out flames.
I need some time, says Irina. I need time to process this new information. I must go.
Last, before you go, right? I know you were talking about maybe just staying up in that castle with Strahd. I'm going to tell you, don't do it. I know you were talking about that you feel it would be the detriment of everyone, but from what we've just seen in that book in that tomb, yeah, don't.
Yeah, you be.
Well,
Strahd seems obsessive. He
Yes, you would be his
I simply do not
new
wish to
favorite
lose more friends. That is all.
plaything.
Yeah, I get that last, but the thing is, like, if you consider us your friends, we don't want to lose you either. And from what I can pretty much understand from what's going on for this whole situation we've been through, is like how old are you? If you don't mind me asking, I know you're not supposed to ask, lady, but how old are you?
Irina is actually not sure how old she is because she doesn't remember her early childhood, as she kind of told the party, and she'll tell you. But she looks to be in her early 20s, quite young.
Yeah, so unless unknown to you that you're over 300 years old, I'm gonna just say that you may not be the only Tatiana that has been through Barovia.
Well, my memory is hazy, and I don't quite remember where I'm truly from before I was taken in by Donovich and my father. Rather, I do remember some semblance of, youth. So she's
Yes.
rather certain doesn't feel like I'm hundreds of years old.
Yeah, so the way I kind of think about it is I feel there has been possibly more than one Tatiana through these hundreds of years. And you're the current one.
Irina seems dizzy at the thought, and at that point, kind of, Esmeralda goes, "Darling, you look like you could use a drink. How about we grab something to eat, and you can rest your mind and process all this, yes?" And she kind of proceeds back to the group. Having taken her notes, she rolls up her investigation notes into a bundle and stuff, and stuffs them into her pack. And grabs it, swings it over her shoulder, and kind of pushes past the group and takes Irina by the shoulders, and then glances over her own shoulder, and she's like, gives you a look of like, give her some time to process all this.
Jeb just tries to comfort her by saying, what memories you have of your childhood? Were they filled with silk or linens? If it was silk, then you are who you are. If it was... I'm sure you did not have a poor's upbringing. To show that... Because Tatiana had a poor's upbringing.
Brandon just face
Still like looking over her shoulder, Esmeralda just gives you that face of like, it's time to stop talking. Like,
He was trying to comfort her.
this is a lot for Irina to take in right now. You guys need to take it in and figure it out. More her Esmeralda and Irina for the time being will go through the inn, kind of settle for food because it has been like 5 hours. They're quite hungry. Some drink perhaps to ease Irina's mind. You may take your opportunity how you wish to kind of plan your next steps going forward or process the information that you just received. Up to you. What do you want to
So
do?
we saw... see, when they finally are out of earshot, so we know Strahd is jealous of his brother's dirt conquest, and clearly, between then and now, or between then and the earlier tomes, Tatiana threw herself off. That was from the book, the tome as well. We saw that where Tatiana threw herself off the porch.
The very, very first entry that was translated by RVR detailed a synopsis of the story without too many details, and then the rest of the passages detail them. It's the journal serves essentially not just as a personal diary of Strahd, but as, according to Strahd, an accurate reading. Unlike histories made by those who would rather garble history than actually record it, this is an accurate history.
An objective glimpse into, yeah.
Of course, objective. Everything is subjective, right?
Well,
No, I say objective.
Oh, objective.
Because we actually get to see what happened, rather than it be through the lens of someone. Well, we've learned much, and we know the at least one weakness of Strahd.
yes.
The sun.
Well,
He's obsessed over Irina because she, like, if you just look at her, that's her, but it's not her. There's I guess there may be something going on in this land that anytime a Tatiana dies, another one is born. And Strahd begins his obsession all over again.
that's
Maybe he.
a trick being played upon him, if that's true. Well, I suppose upon both of them.
The thing is, yes, you can think about using this sort of information against them, but you've also got to think what possibly happened to all the other Tatianas that could have been before Irina.
Most likely what is happening now, without our shepherding of events. They do their best to stay away from Strahd. He gets mad, he retaliates, he takes his aggression out on the lands. She dies and the cycle begins anew unless he raises some child to fall in love with him. The cycle can only continue every 20 or so years. And assuming the others live at least until as old as this one has cycled through several times.
Oh
I
yeah,
think-
like I mean, if you could just say there's been just around over 300 years, you can estimate like at most like 15 times this has probably happened.
Assuming they don't. They
Unless they,
or
yeah,
settle
unless
down,
they that or well, the thing is, like, if a Tatiana did settle down here in Barovia, do you think Strahd would just let that slide?
Doubt it.
I mean, we could probably find
Like,
one of those tales
oh,
where that. Yeah, we could probably find one of those stories where exactly that happened and he completely burned that home to the ground. No one survived.
Yes, which is why we need to ensure that we find a path that makes all parties satisfied with its conclusion. Again, I do not wish to put Irina to great suffering, but I think that her life would not be suffering under Strahd's hand, and I think we would spare the land great suffering with him at least distracted by her.
And, well, the thing is, Strahd won't be happy until she is truly in love with him, and he'll be able to tell if she's faking it.
I'm not saying that she put on some ruse, but I am saying if his focus is to try to woo her and gain her hand through one form or another, his attention is on her, and if her experience is nothing more than a despot trying to make her fall in love with him, her experience can't be all that bad. And the externalities being the peasants of Barovias aren't being beset by werewolves and monsters. If nothing else, we buy them a modicum of peace for some time.
I
Yeah.
think that you guys have been here for longer than us, and I think you could have seen that some faces are like empty.
Oh yeah.
Other Lucians say that souls have a problem here.
These people
So
are broken. They're
yeah,
broken down to an inch
but my question is,
humanity.
why is there a soul that is coming back to life? Maybe is Strahd bringing her back? He has druids, and I know they can bring souls back like a new person. Maybe they're doing it, but I think maybe if we found why her soul in particular is coming back, it will give us
Well,
a better answer on how to deal with Strahd. Because for what I understand, souls get lost here and trapped.
yeah, I think it's just like more of a thing. You have to remember, Strahd basically controls everything about this place. So I'd say he could probably control what happens to certain people's souls.
I am gonna say this though. What you just said, he controls everything. I don't believe that though. There is something out there known as the dark powers, and within those dark powers, and during my time at Darkon, I did learn of someone who was able to escape these realms of dread, and they were a very high lord. I'm sure there is something bigger at play, but we just don't know anything about it yet.
Well,
But the fact that if Irina is just to go to Strahd and everything, who's to say that this cycle may not just restart again,
It
or
probably
that it's
will.
happened in the past before or something? So we need to find a way to somehow break that cycle, but we have so much more to learn.
Yeah.
I think if I mean what I said, like if they're reincarnating her with the use of the druids, we may ask them. Uh, you mentioned dark powers before, Nadia. In that realm, did you hear anything about Ossibus?
Ossibus, no. Excuse me. The only holy fuck, I just choked on my water. No, but there was someone by the name of a lich. I can't remember. Tom, what was his name? Something Rex. Rex something.
Azalin Rex.
Azalin Rex. That was it. I knew it started with an A.
Mhm.
His time there at Darkon, there was a man by the name of a lich by the name of Azalin Rex, and he had gained so much power and so much everything that he was able to escape this land. And I mean, that's pretty much the gist of it. And then Darkon fell into disarray and anarchy, and then of course me and Jeb are interested in the place now. But as Esmeralda had
Esmeralda's not here, yeah.
yeah, as Esmeralda had said though, but there was something of a higher power, as which she only revealed to be is known as the dark powers. So there is something out there, something toying now, whether it was, a distant demon, elder god, or something. It's hard to say. I don't know, but
Well,
something's toying with the realms.
Yes. And something that's trying to think is growing from the realms change frequently at the whims of beings of power, but hasn't really been happening here. Although time did change, moon was wrong. But well, I think ultimately we're going to need more information before we want to do anything directly against Strahd.
We may try to seek the memories of Irina from her childhood. She has a
Yeah.
brother. We could ask him or use magic on him.
Sounds
Same with
well.
Isaac. Like, well, she
It sounds
repels
like
the
Isaac
idea of
was not
being.
there during her childhood.
Yeah.
She doesn't remember him, but he does remember her.
The
So
the other the other thing is the, the the land was here before Strahd, right?
Yeah.
Essentially, whatever power exists within the land itself could have existed before him. Could give us some information if we could talk to it. Although talking to spirits of the land is
Yeah, how does one speak with the land? It does not have a mouth.
well, the land itself doesn't have a mouth, although depending upon where you are, there are those who act as its voice. Trees will have spirits that live within them. Rivers and lakes as well.
Speaking
um,
of, if we have a moment, I would like to request your help in visiting the lake just for a few minutes, if we have the time.
the go where? Sorry.
To the lake.
Oh, to the left. I just want to mention, like, I recall that we read, like, the Amber Temple is where Strahd fell. Or people made him fell. His
Well,
new self. We could also try to find the answer there.
yeah. Well, because we still want to deal with the druids of Yester Hill and the tree there. Perhaps we want to also look at the monoliths near Bone Grinder. They're
Hey,
likely
just to be
related.
clear, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm just following conversation here. You mentioned the symbol for kind just now.
No, Amber Temple.
Okay.
If you wanna give us a clue.
Well, I didn't quite catch all you said because, again, mic issues. I'm trying hard to listen to what you're saying, but words are keep getting swallowed up, so I'm just trying to keep up with conversations so I don't miss anything.
Ultimately, I suppose the important questions are as follows. Do we want to travel at night?
I would prefer not to. Though if we travel with Irina, it seems we would be safe. As I think
Irina
the
wouldn't
worst.
be traveling with us, right? She decided to stay.
I don't think she's right in the right headspace to travel
Yeah.
right now.
That and
Oh yes,
as of
Esmeralda.
Watcher's new regime and Watcher following the orders of Strahd. By his order,
not
Irina is
leaving.
to stay in House Watcher. Watcher is kind of taking lemons and began making lemonade and began kind of training the aristocrat and kind of since she effectively has no daughter until Victor fixes his mistake, she has begun training Irina to fill that role.
Well, if Ez is joining us, we'd potentially be fine, but I personally would not be too concerned about traveling at night. But that's if I was traveling alone, as I'm relatively quiet.
I imagine that being able to fly away from your problems
Yes, it makes
really helps.
things much simpler when traveling.
But I agree. I think we should travel at night. I mean,
Well,
we're against the time.
yeah, if it's like 5:30 at this point, we could potentially head up to the lakes. The lake's like a 10-20 minute walk from here, right?
Yeah.
And out of curiosity, how far was Bone Grinder? Is Bone Grinder like an hour out, or is
You have
Bone
a map,
Grinder?
so I'll open it. Let me see.
Do we actually have a map, or is it the page that is the map, or the?
You actually have a map. You asked for one. The
Yeah, we can.
from Aragon and everything. And
Yes.
I'm assuming keeping track of it for where you're at.
Oh
But
yeah, there's a page.
Savra made a very lengthy quest out of procuring the party a map. I think you guys still kept it.
Yes.
Yeah.
I forgot that we actually had a handout that was the map.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if I were to just do, oh my god, goodness gracious, ass is fallacious. What? Sorry.
So you're looking at 5
Yeah.
miles.
5 plus 5.5 if you travel down the road. Yeah.
You we should go to Yester Hill to take care of the
3.
the blight that inflicts Aya. We need to be.
Yes.
Hey, we can't have you bleeding at the dinner table.
No, well, we've already sorted the issue out. She's
No,
from what
it's
from what I could tell with the staff, she gets off it, and by the next day she should be better.
it's one half of the problem. From the sounds of it, it comes from a blighted wood that we need to
Yes.
properly
That-
cleanse, not just deal with a symptom.
Yes. The tree needs to be burnt.
We
Destroyed.
will take one of the druids. See if he knows something.
Yes. Well, I suppose we don't have time really to get to Yester Hill today before nightfall, so we could stop by the lake as you wish to. Moonglow, and then head out with as first thing in the morning.
If you're counting the miles, it's 9 miles to Yester Hill.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, which is 'cause it's what 24 that we can cover in a day, so that's like a third of a day's travel.
3 miles per hour at normal pace. Yep.
Yeah, let's do that.
We're going to
the lake you venture. Those of you who wish to join, what was it Nadia who wanted to go there?
Jeb wanted to go there.
Jeb.
Is anyone not coming to the lake?
I'll follow.
Cool.
I don't really have a. I mean, unless you like need assistance for some.
He's going to say he needs an extra pair of hands to row him to where they dropped Samson off. But you could
find
you
3
could tell
rowboats.
he's clearly
Yeah.
You could tell he's definitely like he's with like not even an insight check. He's clearly like trying to talk around something and hide something. Not hide, like not say something that he's waiting to say.
We can hardly let him go 20 minutes out of the village alone.
Okay, we'll
long.
Jeb and just go. Yeah, you wouldn't survive alone outside. Yeah.
Yeah, I would attend.
So just to fast forward, so we row. I assume we row to the middle of the lake, and he would cast the last spell in the Ring of Spell Storing over where where he thinks they dumped the body over to Samson, over that area, and keep it up for the full minute, and just mutter under his breath, Samson, I'm sorry. I did something foolish and it didn't even bring you back. And I have an apology for the rest of you. Nadia, your suspicions were true. I did something incredibly foolish a few days ago. I gave Strahd the symbol in hopes that he would bring Samson back. I thought I could convince him to have Samson continue to suffer under his sight, but he was undeterred by my words, and before I knew it, I'd already given him the symbol, and so we are one weapon shy from having something to use against the Lord of the Land. I didn't want you to suspect something of me. My intentions were just to bring Samson back. In that moment, I walked up to within striking distance of him and offered a respectful gesture and all that we had, the most precious thing that we had, so our ally would be brought back to us. It fell on deaf ears. I do not work for Strahd. In that moment, all I thought of was to have our ally back. It was for naught.
Your mistake was trusting him.
Can I push Jeb from the boat?
I thought, okay, so when you first started off, I would shoot you a glance, and kind of push my eyebrows together, and then after you had said everything, how big is this boat? Is it just like a rowboat, or
It's like a rowboat
that barely fits the 5 of you?
Well, 4.
2 by 2 by 1. Yeah.
And I mean,
Yeah,
Brandar's in a
and
7
fluttering.
foot.
Yeah.
And-
It's like cresting the water with the weight of Brender's armor.
Okay.
And Jeb was in front of the boat, like standing, because he's not rowing, because of course he wouldn't row.
It took you like a full half an hour to get to center of lake finally with Dragon Brender. Yeah.
Yeah, he would be
Okay.
fluttering around.
Yeah.
Near the boat.
Well, depending on where I'm sitting, I'm probably at the other end. Because
I'm
I
within
did have
arm's
a
reach
sneaking-
regardless.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but yeah, you're not close enough. But anyways,
You have
after
dust.
that, oh, that's true. I could gust this whole fucking boat over.
Just motor
Um,
it. Yeah.
yeah. So after you had said all that, I would just kind of shoot you a sharp glance, just trying to shoot, like, just look into your soul, and be like, God, fuck, I just had what I wanted to say. Yeah, like how Brandar said, you were a fool to trust him. I know you have good intentions, I really think you do, but at the same time, you're such a fool. For what we had,
I didn't have him to listen to me.
but it was in
We-
our
we had no-
hands. We had
We
everything. We had everything going for us at that point, and you just gave it to him. All of our hard trials and everything that we have done from this time since we've entered this land, you gave it to him.
But without Samson, we had no one to use it.
I could have used it,
I could have used it.
I am Spartacus.
but you don't listen. You just think about yourself. What was I trying to say too? God damn
You
it.
see, for the first time, Jeb have a look of shame across his face.
Oh, and to go on everything else, after us trying to do that and now losing Samson, we still had we had taken these steps forward, and now we're 10 steps back. I don't know how we're gonna get something like that of such powerful magical being. This land only has so much.
I still think I'm not defending myself. I've done a stupid thing here, but etiquette dictates that he repay us in kind. If nothing else, for what we've done, he might not view us as the antagonistic ants he saw before, which is why I'm so eager to get in front of him, to give him what he wants, which is Irina, and I genuinely think it is the best step forward. We can spare the land, him and Irina, at least a few months' respite as we take time to figure out the next steps forward.
Yeah,
Continue
but
to
the thing
struggle
is,
against him. Go on.
the issue with that feeling, right, is you feel like Irina goes and lives with him in Castle Ravenloft. It's just going to be happy-go-lucky for those few months. But he is trying to make her fall in love with him. Like, he's not trying to do it through magic. He's trying to do it through his demeanor, who he is. But you can clearly see Irina does not like him. Tatiana wasn't looking at him. She was looking at Sergei. And Strahd has this mad obsession over her. Now, here's the issue, right? What will he do if he feels that this Tatiana is not falling for him, is not going to love him? He'll kill her, and then it will just start the cycle over again. He is constantly trying to remake Tatiana, or whatever's remaking Tatiana. As you said, it might not be him, but who bloody knows at this point. It's constantly this one cycle. It's just doing the same thing over and over again. That's the question that we need answered: is what happened to the previous Tatianas, if there was any?
I agree.
And that'll
but
give us an insight if she should go up there and live there. Because I'm sorry, I do not want to put someone through the suffering of death, torture, whatever could happen to her up there,
Well,
just for a few months of respite.
Well, my points are the few months of respite would help us at least achieve our ends less
But
opposed than they presently are. It's
it could
a
be
stopgap measure.
yes, but it could be a few months. It could be a week. It could be 2 days. We don't know how long that would last.
I've been here for 10 days, and it has been torturous. Even a week's respite to achieve anything would give us some time. And as callous as it sounds, Irina's life in the scale of all of Barovia might be a proper sacrifice if we ensure that we are productive with our time.
I would agree that, Jeb, you do have a point that the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. And if one was in a way of sacrifice to help everyone, I could see it. But this is, I think this is so different, and this is something so above our just small brains here, that there's something bigger at this scale. But what is our end goal anyway? Say this happens and Strahd gets what he wants, but what happens to us? Do we know that the mist will lift? That we walk out of here unscathed? What if he's just to shoot, turn around, and then just instantly vaporize us right where we stand?
He might, but he is not a chaotically vindictive man. He is a man of
Yeah, you could fool me. It's Branda just looks up.
He is a man of admittedly warped morals, but morals nonetheless. He is a man of culture and intellect. Admittedly, his morals have been warped by time and madness, or time and brutality, but there is logic. There is the man in the books there. He
Yes,
has not been needlessly cruel.
This is also the man who wiped out part of my family, part of my ancestry, my entire order.
And this is the man that turned 2 of our friends against everyone. He's not a god. He's not above dying. At least that I can tell right now. I have no idea.
If he grew bored of you, he'd kill you where you stood. He doesn't care.
Silver lining being then that with my actions foolish as they were, he does not find me boring, and he himself admitted that he finds me, at least from our small group, his favorite. Again, I am not trying to be his errand boy. I do not work for him. I think we can turn this disadvantageous position to something that is less so. And I think the easiest way to do that is to waltz into his into his castle with his guard is never down, but with the pretense of a dinner to at least see his defenses, his mannerisms, and over a cultured or over a civilized dinner, see what he wants. Instead of him throwing his minions at us, we can speak face to face with him under the pretense of a dinner, which, if there is anything less of his noble upbringing, knows that he would at least wait until after the final course is served to slit our throats. There is much information to be gleaned between the courses.
Like, I'm not saying that this dinner is actually going to be beneficial. It probably will. But in the end, like, my goal is to kill him. That's my goal. But I'm not saying I'm going to be stupid enough to pull out my gun in the middle of dinner. I don't.
And I'm not telling
I'll
you
find
that.
I'll find an opportune time.
And I'm not telling you that I would prefer not to kill him, but that is nothing more than a fear for my own mortality. I would prefer that we have all of our... Given the obscene amount of near deaths that we've had, to make the roads a glimmer safer, to make our steps forward just a little bit safer with Strahd, not as our ally, but even less of an antagonist, might be beneficial for us to explore what the rest of these lands have to offer. There's a dragon under that tower that we went to before we met you, shortly before we met you. Imagine if we had to contend with the things that hounded Esmeralda on the road shortly after she came to us. A moment's distraction is a moment that we could achieve our ends without him looking the other way, and if we might have to sacrifice Irina's happiness, even well-being, for just a short time, that just gives us a bit more time to focus on our ends. There is no way, if your goal is to kill Strahd, the best way to do it is to put the largest distraction in front of him.
But he's already got what he wants. Irina is currently living with Vakta. He said that's what he wants. He put her there. He was the one that put her there. So right now, that is nothing. It doesn't really do anything for us. Like, he is trying to basically use Vakta as a core to help change our mind about it.
There's a childhood tome that was read to me called Maiden and the Monster, where the monster was smitten by a maiden who lived in his manor, and all of his brooding and rage was momentarily set aside for him to focus on her. While yes, Wachter is trying to convince her otherwise, we might be able to convince him to focus on her, to lavish her with gifts, to give her the world that she would want. All Irina would have to do is either resist or give in, but regardless, his focus would be on her. And again, he might grow bored, he might grow angry, but all those days of trying to woo her might be the least unpleasant for Irina, and might be the most distracted we have Strahd. And the longer we wait for us to attend to his invitation, the more he may assume there's a plan afoot. If we go to him, have this dinner, and figure out what he wants, we could see what we can do from there. I know I would like to see where Nadi is from, to see this Baron that has turned her into he just drops monster before us. But we are not at a point where we can defeat Strahd. Not yet. And I think we need to explore these lands to plumb any other relic trinket that we can use against him, but we can't do so with him omnisciently staring at us from the sky.
Before then, we did have a glimmer of hope. We had sunlight. We had the way to hold vampires, from what Samson had told us when he attuned to the trinket. We had a small glimmer of hope, but now it's... I don't know, it's fading. So now we need to
Wait.
restart.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, we found one, we may find another one. We have someone that is familiar with the story here. And pointing at random. How do I pronounce it?
Brandon.
At you, Mac.
Yeah,
Brandon.
Brandon. Yeah.
So, maybe in his fort we can find something that could help.
I can
If
only
we-
We
hope
have
that
ways.
Argynvost has something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if we let the beacons of Argynvost, we might be able to.
No. Hey, the thing is, like, the revenants of Argynvost will not harm us. And I will say that right now. We could speak with them, we could talk with them. They will not harm us unless we label as a threat.
Would they
I
have
don't see
anything
any
against
reason.
lighting the beacons of Argynvost?
Speaking of beacons. Just
We
off
have
in
to light the
distance, just
beacons.
like
Beacons of
a little
Gondor!
fire just slowly begins spreading as KI just does his thing.
I just get a little bit going before flying away to view my work from a little bit of a distance back over the water.
It's a nice view. It's like the orange and yellow flames kind of begin to spread in the underbrush and kind of begin to spread toward the darkness of the forest, and steadily, and it like reflects off the water into like this nice symmetry of nature. While you were doing all that, you did notice that a few of the trees close to the water are already singed, but not by fire. By the streaks upon them, you can tell that lightning has struck them at a very close proximity, which is odd because lightning usually strikes from the top of a tree down, shattering a bark from the inside out. These lightning,
That's wrong.
It's as if the water itself lashed out with lightning. Here and there, these markings are all over the shore on this side of the lake.
I would.
Not to interrupt everybody else role playing in the middle of the lake, just kind of by the by.
Is this just Kayahi that knows this, or is...
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
it's just KI floating for now.
For now.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Because I may or may not have flown over and started a fire.
No.
If there's a small tree that was hit by it, where I could grab
Sure.
a chunk out of it to bring back to the group, I would do that.
The bark is very frail, burnt,
Yeah.
kind of dried, drenched by the rain, then dried again, struck again. This is a repeating occurrence. Very odd for lightning to strike like this. You're able to just peel the bark off the tree right off and just bring this
I'd grab
plate.
and I'd fly that back over towards the group.
Fucking Velaki sends silence to a fire.
Yeah, the guy
Sorry,
yelling
yeah.
in power.
I would land on the boat, fold the wings back, shake the cloak back over to fully cover them, and then hold out the bark with lightning strike, and go over to Nadia with it and say, "Look at the lightning strikes on the trees by the other side of the lake. It's not natural. Angle's wrong."
No, you're right. It's not. As I'm kind of tracing my hand over the singed bark and everything, and just kind of giving a once around with my head around the shoreline, seeing if I see anything like unnatural, but kind of out in the middle of the lake.
There's a forest fire that was not there before.
It's everywhere that I looked across the other side of the lake.
There has
So
been
whoever's
known.
causing this is very common.
Well, there is. I mean, I feel like this place is known in Barovia. I mean, that gets these wild surges of storms coming through. I mean, there was one at the tower, but I mean, of course, there was a dragon there. But
You
I don't know.
suppose
Maybe it's
there's a
something
dragon in the lake, do you?
I wouldn't put it past me. No. But I mean, I'm more familiar with the dragon being somewhere near Argynvost, where it's originally from. But it is entirely possible. And how? You know what? Maybe I want to take a little dive. I can breathe underwater.
It's your call.
Nah, I don't have like enough notion to like actually do that.
It's up to you.
Nah, I mean it just wasn't making sense. Like with all the fighting we had, and then everything going on. It's like, oh, okay, cool. I'm just gonna go take a fucking random dive.
Sure.
You're
Good
full.
with you.
You're full up though. You're. It's been 2 days. You're not like injured.
Are
No,
you
I'm
done-
not worried about
Are
being
you
injured
done
or
giving
even.
Jeb shit, or like is there more? 'Cause
Oh
I'm-
no, that'll continue
Cool.
Yeah.
eventually.
Jeb is happy for the respite he gave him.
Yeah. Yeah, but the Revenants won't attack us unless we attack them. They're not afraid. They're order. They're the remaining. They're what's remaining of the Order of Silver Dragon, and they only have one goal: is to kill Strahd.
Well,
And I have a feeling we could maybe use that to our advantage.
well, an undead army and the beginnings of a dragon sways things in our favor slightly.
So we need to find a way to do that. If there's a way that we can, we found a way to like reborn like a silver dragon, that could possibly bring the remnants of the Order to our side. Like, because if we can cure these lands, then they can rest in peace.
I don't know if it's silver or not, but Nadia, you're still in possession of that egg from the monstrosity that nearly killed us at the tower, aren't you?
Yeah. Well, no, technically I'm not. I gave it to Novart.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. I know you
I
didn't.
thought. Okay.
No, you had it on you, and I was going to talk to you about it.
Oh.
But then everything happened, and yeah, so you do still have it.
Okay. Well then, yeah. Since I do have it,
Mhm.
I'll reach into the pack, and excuse me. I'll kind of handle it with care and everything, but I'm kind of gleaming at it, and I guess I kind of show it to Brandar,
Yeah, and
hand it to him.
Grandar takes another look at it. He looks over it. So yeah, say what we spoke about, Tom, is like you can see it's like a lightning. Well, no, yeah, lightning dragon, basically.
Yeah, it has like a
Yeah.
pearlescent sheen to it, and now and then you can see almost like vein-like an underlayer beneath the stone that seems to shimmer.
Yeah, and say, and we Brandar's knowledge, like we spoke about, like we did discuss about like ways of there's possibly to be somehow a different sort of dragon could be reborn from.
You, a member of the Dragon Order, would know.
Yeah.
Would have previous information.
Yeah. So yeah, Brandar would. From what I understand, there is ways of forming another type of dragon from these cores. If we could find a way to do it, then it is possible.
Would the Revenants know?
It's quite possible. We'd need to talk with them.
Would
But
the family have kept the information in their keep?
yeah, again, yeah, it could be there. We'd need to go there to find out. But I will say, I went there once, and let's just say there was something big with 8 legs that jumped out at me, and I bolted.
Yeah.
The Revenants are not the only things in there.
Yeah.
But
There's spiders there as well?
very big ones.
Yes.
It, from what you recall, the creature was spider-like. You remember 8 legs. You remember beady black eyes that shone red in the dark. You remember webbing, but it was odd. Every adventurer would have encountered giant spiders in their days, venturing through forests or delving dungeons and such. These were much larger. Their chitin shimmered with a kind of sort of green sheen, Whereas, like, a giant spider would have like this purplish, hairy kind of chitin. These ones were more mantis-like, and their webbing was also like tinted this weird white-green color. On different species, something much different, much faster, much more vicious.
So,
And to this day, Brander actually has like puncture marks on his armor that he's yet to repair at like some blacksmithy, from where like it sunk its fangs and actually penetrated metal.
yeah. Well, unnatural spiders aside, that's one. Unnatural spiders are one thing when it's two people. We have more, it's potentially less dangerous. So I think as it stands, we have several different locations we could go to right now.
The spider is less frightening than what we've faced so far. How bad could it be?
One thing I will say, Gemma, like, when we do go there, I'm not saying change your attitude a little, but change it completely. Don't talk down to them. Don't remark on things about Strahd being a man of like culture or anything like that. They'll hate it. They'll more likely try and kill us if we do anything like that.
Wait, so the shambling dead aren't mindless?
No, they're not. They're revenants. The thing is, we could kill them, but they'll just go into another body.
I will save the talking for you then.
Yeah, good call.
So, shall we head back to town and then head out in the morning with Ez?
Yeah, the wind is picking up and I'm starting to get cold out here on the water.
Let's head back.
Yeah, you find comfort in storms, but there's a passive eeriness to this place. Just unnatural. Fair enough.
Hold on. And when we get to the shoreline,
Okay.
as everyone starts to walk off, I grab Jeb real quick. I grab him. Get his attention. Jeb, one last thing.
What is that?
And I slap him across the face. Once. And I'll cast Gust, and I start to use it on myself. My robes start, or not robes, my kind of like the light feathers, the little bit of buckle bits hanging off. My hair starts to float a little bit and kind of
Free flowing
wisp and
cloth
everything.
just kind of ripples with the gust.
Right.
Yeah.
And I put a hand on his shoulder. And I say, I know you have good intentions, but if you ever betray this like this again, I'll instantly turn you into a pile of ash. And then just a small little tiny little jolt on the shoulder there.
Zap.
And I'll say, I'm willing to forgive, but I'll never forget. This one time.
If it's any consolation, Samson was the best of us, and there's nothing left to sacrifice and no one left to sacrifice it for.
He was.
And with that, he takes the necklace of Samson and just chucks it as hard as he can into the lake and ends up throwing it like 5 feet into the water.
A worthy attempt.
It pops, and you can, this close to the water, you can see it kind of sink to the murky bottom. You can see its glint there. It lays there. Just there. You see a hand, webbed. Grab it and drag it.
Nope, the fuck out.
It happens
That's-
quite quickly that it actually sends ripples on the water surface.
Did anyone else see...
You what?
There was a webbed hand that took... Lessers have a friend's to... I'm not ready to die today.
I think you need a drink.
Unfortunately, the only thing worth a drinking's in the book. He takes the ring of spell storing and he gives it to he'll give it to Nadia. If speaking of, do you have any curative magics you can imbue with this? It is now empty. It's sent its remaining magics to help Samson along on his journey in the afterlife.
There is the Songs of Storm and Lightning. It could be of some small use. And if so, I'll cast. I'll put one healing word into it.
Okay.
But you got
think
2
you guys can
levels.
edit.
Well, are you You're gonna take the ring back then, right?
Yeah. Well,
Okay, yeah.
I'm essentially saying like, I'll help use it for something, but it's presently empty right now.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, I'll put.
And just
I
for
mean, I'll
the
put
sake of
one in for
DM's
sure.
entertainment, did you go to the center of the lake and then cast Moonbeam?
Yeah.
Just to like limelight yourself. I'm
The
sorry.
moon. He's a cleric of Saloon. I thought Moonbeam was appropriate.
No, jokes
it is.
aside, very sweet. It's just funny to me I'm sorry, and it's just like a moonbeam like limelighting you.
Well, no, it was actually like he didn't know if the party would kill him, so he wanted to like get like one proper send off to his friend. He was
Right.
ready to die for the party at that point.
Gotcha.
He's like, well, if they're gonna kill me, they're gonna kill me, but I at least want to get one proper send off.
Yeah.
Or it's a 4D chess planned by Jeb, the master manipulator, clearly.
Right. So that being said, just for the sake of a little bit of expedition here, if you wish to enchant your ring with spells, you may just edit them in the spell description so you remember which spells are contained within it. If you wish to long rest again, you may skip a day ahead and leave in the morning. Does anybody wish to do anything last minute before essentially departing out to, I'm guessing, Yester Hill is where you want to go?
Yester Hill.
Okay.
I believe Yester, yeah. But I was gonna ask. I mean, Jeb, do you want any other spells?
He
put into it.
he doesn't know anything about magic, and he cowers in combat, so he's not really sure what y'all are capable of.
I could give you a fairy fire. Could be helpful.
And that would leave one more level 1. I'm just adding it to my my spell list, and I take them off when I cast them.
I could give you. I mean, it's a personal thing. I could give you one of shield.
I was gonna say that I have Hill of Fate.
Jeb would actually say it's.
Yeah, I can do
It was given to me by Samson. Whatever you imbue in it needs to be useful for the rest of you. As much as I'd like to protect myself,
Ooh, care to growth. I bet you already have inspiration, don't you?
I do.
Kudos.
Yeah, you see him when you like mention shield, like he says like a moment's respite is nothing that I had. You have like I'm not gonna lose anyone else.
So Kiahi would walk over and tap the ring, and you'd see flames flash through their hand and into the ring. And I'm gonna put burning hands in it.
Nice.
What?
For a moment, the ring glows hot orange, but it remains cool to the touch, being magical. And the flames just in reverse absorb into the ring and form a little flame-like rune on its surface, along with other runes to represent each spell that you've gifted Jeb.
Is burning hands 1?
Like
One.
burning hands is level 1.
I keep thinking it's 2. Okay.
It can be upcast.
You try. It can be upcast, and it upcasts okay.
Can
But,
upcast with a ring, though, so it is what it is.
yeah. Well, if I was to dump on, if there was space
Yes,
for
if
me
you
to
were
dump
to,
an upcast
if
in
you
one, I
were to
could have
upcast
one.
into the ring, yes, but like that would be like
Like,
awesome if you could just like, yeah, I have all these spells and I can upcast them like mana
Yeah.
magic. Jeb is just getting the sweet end of deal
Do-
like today.
Do
Tome
try
spells.
and light something on fire for me with that. Draw.
Ah.
I'll look back over across the lake.
You're
It's so lovely.
Yeah, the blaze is glorious. You noted that unlike this side of the lake and even the woods closer to Yester Hill, the further away the forest is from Yester Hill, the less blight you find, the less of this deep rot or fungal growth or this
Yeah.
moist corruption, so to speak. When I say moist corruption, I mean it. It's as if flesh
It-
grows out of the ground and just entombs bark in it, and it solidifies into this black congealed mass
Well,
that just doesn't
the
burn
fact
up.
that that's working over there would imply that definitely our corruption is coming from Yester Hill. Works further away. The further away I am from there, the more my fire takes hold as it's supposed to.
Well, we have a big day ahead of us tomorrow, so let's head back and
Right.
get some rest.
So,
Yeah.
with that being said, I'm guessing that's that. You rest, get your night's respite. Substance gone, so no more of those dreams.
Render, your good berries will be gone that I've given you, but
Eventually, Esmeralda finds you all in your room come morning, rouses you. You, Irina, will say her goodbyes, parting with you for now. Hope wishing you to return safely. Promise me. I need to.
of course. And I will toss Irina a berry. That should be sufficient food for you for the rest of the day if you need it.
I haven't seen berries since I was so little. Thank you.
And
She takes half of the berry and just puts it in and enjoys the
and
taste of it.
everybody else is gonna get 10 good berries. Because I had far too many spell slots available still.
Fair enough. Good berries restore
Good
1
berries.
HP when consumed per, and then you can only consume 1 per action, correct?
Yep.
Because it's so filling, apparently.
Yes.
You say it's everyone gets 10. You say?
Each of you gets 10, apparently.
Yeah, each of you gets 10. I'm
Wow.
still sitting on 40 of them. Well, 49 of them. I had all of my spell slots but 2 left. And each slot gives me 10 good berries.
It's rations. Feed the horses. Feed the mules.
I mean, yes, because it lasts it's food for the full day. If you eat.
Speaking of Esmeralda that joins you, do you wish to stop at Wizards of the Wine on the way there, or do you wish to just have Esmeralda venture there herself?
What are we doing at Wizards of the Wine again?
So,
Well, we
I wasn't there for that
expected
part.
Go ahead.
that Octavio was there.
Oh, yeah. If the bard is there, I'd very much like to speak with them and see if I can glean any.
But by the way, Esmeralda would also get 10 good berries.
Noted.
Assuming she takes them from a fae.
She'll take them, and then she will make no effort to hide the fact that she's casting spells over them. Specifically, do I have it?
Dispel magic, they disappear.
Yeah. She casts a spell over them. I don't have to specify what it is. It's fine. I'm just looking at she has it. And then eventually getting your cart, I'm supposing, with you, or do you leave it behind? It's up to you, really. I just need to know if.
Jeb would request the cart because he doesn't want to walk.
Cool. You set out onto Svelsh Road, beginning your 3-hour, 9-mile journey west to Yester Hill. As you pass Valaki's gates, you note the crimson banners of House von Zarvich now draped over the city walls. Soon, Valaki fades into the mist as you continue onwards, leaving the city behind you. I rolled encounters ahead of time. Believe it or not, a 9-mile journey, not a single random encounter.
Really?
Yeah, because I was like, if they travel during daylight, I'll see this high. If nighttime, this high. And you guys ruled amazing for randomness, and I was like, okay, I guess no encounters.
It's because we give him the symbol of Ravenkind. He's thankful to us now.
Perhaps. Right, so you make your way across the bridge of the Lunar River, down, I'm supposing this path, the main road, right, sticking to where the cart can tread, and you come to this fork in the road that you've passed so many times. Proceeding onwards to westward toward the Wine, past the tower by the Lake of Baratok, to the forking of the Raven River before the bridge. Safely you traverse onwards south down the dirt road until you arrive at the branching to the winery. The road continues southward toward what you would know is Yester Hill, but you take the winery road following the road signs therein. Wizards of the Winery. Everybody have vision? Should be over yonder.
Yep.
Yes.
Card
is there. I'm not gonna spawn it because it's there. Whatever. Let me see.
And I will say Brandar is in his construct. He will be.
Yeah, and yeah, he has cloak wrapped around them to somewhat hide wings.
Okay. For the sake of Jeb, who's never been here before, I'll show this, and I will just read a quick thing here, just introducing the area.
I'm on my phone at the moment because I have to feed the baby anyway, so we can just skip introduction. I can hear you fine, but if there's anything I have to look at, I can't see it.
That's fine.
So it's not important. We can just skip it.
After a half mile, the road becomes the muddy trail that meanders through the woods, descending gradually until the trees part, revealing a mist-shrouded meadow. The trail splits. One branch heads west into the valley toward the vineyard. A light drizzle begins to fall. You see unpainted fences blindly following the trail, which skirt north of a sprawling vineyard before bending south toward a stately building. The fog takes on ghostly forms as it whirls between the neatly tended rows of grapevines. Here and there you see rope-handled half-barrels used for hauling grapes. North of the trail is a large stand of trees, and just past it are a few human figures. You see two children, two youths, and two adults working in the field. You recognize them to be the Martikovs, the wines owners. Two males, as you approach closer, you see it's Elvir, the youngest of the Martikov sons, and Doug, the husband of Davian's daughter, as well as Stefania's two children, Viego and little Claudia, who are helping their uncle and papa with vineyard chores and such. The winery appears to be back in some sort of function. As you approach closer to the winery, situated in the midst of the vineyard, the winery is an old two-story stone building with multiple entrances. You see thick ivy covering every wall and iron fencing along its roof. The trail ends at an open loading dock on the ground. You see a wooden stable of more recent construction is attached to the east side of the winery, next to a loading dock. West of the winery is a crumbling well where those don't stand, and a wooden outhouse. We're here, says Esmeralda, kind of dismounting a horse and walking it by the reins closer.
Suppose I should ask, is your mentor going to be happy if you show up to see him?
I don't see a reason why he wouldn't be joyed to see me. It has been a couple of years. I'm not sure really, but it is well,
Good. So no parting
Long
on
overdue.
bad blood last time you saw each other.
Why would it be bad blood? We had
I
our
don't
shared
know.
disagreements, perhaps, but the old man cannot do this mission alone.
Of course he can't. I doubt anyone really could. Well, I'll turn to Nadia and say, well, you two are ones who know this place best, right? I suppose Jeb as well. You guys have been here before. You want to introduce
Yes.
us?
Yeah,
We're
only here
all
for
don't
just
necessarily want to be strangers. They just wandered onto their land.
Well, we arrived at the
This is
winery
all
and Jeb's kind of away from AFK. I'm guessing he's feeding the baby. Do you guys want to take a little break here? Give Jeb an opportunity to
Yeah, I
come
wouldn't
back?
mind taking a small one.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm gonna get you a drink, and we'll just pick up in a little bit. I'm just gonna let Jeb come back and unmute himself and be part of this as well. You guys can think of how you want to approach this, if you wish.
Martin, I will say one of the folk that I did say to Tom that we didn't know was we have met the Markovs before.
Ah.
Well, I'd say that I had, but it's up to you if you want to say you didn't.
Yeah, I probably would have then.
Yeah, like,
but I would have kept my wings
when
hidden.
you first arrive in Barovia, if you've been here for like 18 months, when you first arrived to Barovia, the Markovs were still in relative business. One of the gems was stolen, but it still had two. I mean, you might have not known about the gems until you met the party, but because they had 2 gems, they were still in business. Then, over the course of like a year, things with their neighbors got a little bit more sour, and both the Druids and Baba Zaga made their moves to finally put them out of business. But it seemed to be back in order. For the sake of this, I think the party has no reason to like hide anything from you, like information-wise. So.
No, I mean, maybe the books from Karen because he's a pyromaniac, but other than that, no.
Well, I've only started 2 fires at this point.
It's not the fires; it's your face looking at the fire.
And I wonder how many you've committed since I've known you.
Oh. Oh dear. The ones that you've seen? Probably dozens.
Yeah. Now, I don't mind some of them, because we've gotten out of some pretty sticky situations because you set something on fire.
Well, of course. And besides, isn't that what our entire purpose of being here is? Can we just set more things on fire? A tree in particular, in this case.
Oh, don't do it right here. Not in the vineyard.
I suppose I can leave the vineyard unburnt.
This place is miserable enough they need the alcohol.
Perhaps I should offer at some point if we have time to help them increase production. I think I can make the plants here a little bit hardier.
Yeah, from what you can tell, that most things very sadly so, most farms and things that grow from the soil here in Barovia turn out withered, decayed, bruised, lame. While here it seems to thrive, and you can definitely tell that there's a tinge of magic.
How, out of curiosity, how big is the vineyard in terms of miles?
I think I did the math, and it's pretty big. I did the math in general, and it's, to supply all of Barovia with all that wine and make those deliveries, I did the numbers, and it's quite huge. Quite.
Yeah, because I can boost performance for a full year of things within a half-mile radius of my cast. Now, admittedly, to do that takes 8 hours to cast it, but
Good.
plant growth.
Yep.
It's a lovely spell.
Yep.
Maybe if we need a place to lick our wounds after going to Yester Hill, we might pop by here for the evening. You can do it, but 8 hours, that's a bit of a stretch.
Yes, it's a little bit tiring to do.
You can tell that the strength of that spell coming from you being from the Feywilds and you being a druid, is a lot less concentrated when it kind of disperses over a much longer period of time by whatever magic is spread over this field.
Yeah.
For the most part, very strangely, if you ever tried plant growth before in those 18 months you've been in Barovia, the result was...
I definitely would have.
Yeah, the result was alarming because it, instead of what you would imagine, like blooming flowers and just this joyous scene of spring,
plant life looks
it
good.
will just make the thorn
Brambles.
brush, underbrush, and the blight even stronger and will just spread it further. There's a corruption to this land that, if given fertilization,
will get worse.
will just get much worse.
Yeah.
A lot of spells in Barovia are in that way, where like if you cast like Mage Hand, it will appear like semi-translucent with like the bones exposed and skeletal. If you summon your steed, it might be twisted. If you make a misty fog appear with like a cloud of fog or whatever, like you'll see like shapes within the fog. Barovia and the Realm of Dread twists magics in weird ways, including druidic magic.
Yeah.
The effect is still the same, but the visual is different.
Yeah. One quick thing while we're waiting. Can you add elk to the list of my wild shapes and summons? Normal
Sick.
elk. Because that's one that I would probably use as well.
Party, shaped summons. You want elk, okay?
There.
Giant elk or just elk? I think it's
Just elk. Just elk. I don't actually remember if I can summon giant elk. I might be able to, but elk gives me what I really... Oh, and then I forgot owls, the giant owls and giant eagles. Less on the eagles, probably more on the owls. Because the silent flight is useful. Because what I have...
How are we all doing in terms of like understanding? Scenes from Tome, I find they're easy to understand, but like sometimes questions still kind of arise, especially with the rapid introduction of new characters and such. Would hate for you guys to like miss out on stuff. So ask questions if you have any.
Yeah, I think I understood.
Did the ship say I have to feed the baby? I'll be on the phone. Didn't say how long is this going to be gone? Did he?
No, I don't think he did.
No, I'm here. Like I'm just muted. So if you want to do RP stuff, go right ahead.
Cool. We'll continue on just for sake of giving everybody a 15-minute break is quite enough.
Yeah.
And yeah. Cool.
Yeah. Tom, quick question, because I'm not sure, right? You see with my infusions,
yeah.
Can I infuse, like, way this it says I can infuse more items, like, after a long rest. But I haven't, like, obviously I've got, like, 3 of my own things infused. Could I still infuse other people's stuff? That's what I'm trying to find.
Yes, but you have a maximum number of active infusions at any given time.
True.
Right?
Yeah,
you have a set number of infusions and then you have a number of active infusions.
That's what I'm trying to find. I'm reading through.
Armor level 7, it's 3?
You are level 7 Artificer, correct?
Yeah.
you have a total of 6 known infusions currently, and you can only have up to 3.
That is free, yeah.
Infused at a time.
Okay, yeah, I just want to check.
Once you hit,
If you
God, is it
infuse
level
somebody else's
9?
item right now, the first item you ever infuse will become uninfused.
Yeah. I just want to check.
You will get another infusion at level 10.
Okay.
Armor gets, I think, at 9. They get 2 extras from. There's another point where armor gets stupidly broken because their armor, they get two free infusions in their armor that don't count against their infusions active.
Yeah, trust me, there's a couple of items I'm already looking at. Stuff like on the list is Helm of Awareness. That gives me advantage on all initiative, and I can't be surprised by attacks.
Right. So we'll just continue on if I answer that question and we're all good. You are before the Wisdom Point Winery. What do you do? Esmeralda is going to go ahead and proceed in front of the party, leading her horse.
Yeah, he's just gonna walk towards.
See Esmeralda kind of turn toward the toiling folk as she makes her way 20, 30 feet close to the winery. They close their arms and kind of look at her and say, You lost, Istana? She said, No, I think that my fate would have me be here just as much as any. I mean, you know ill, I'm simply seeking an old friend of mine. Supposedly an elf wears a feathered hat with quite a regalia upon him. Travels in a caravan akin to my folk and people. The two exchange looks between one another. Who's asking? Again, I'm simply a friend. It's no need to mistrust. As she continues walking, she lets go of the horse's reins, and you watch this from the side. There's a certain after image to Esmeralda as she moves forward, as if very mists seem to kind of drag behind her, and then they turn a brightish, lush pink, and then those very mists drift toward the two men. She continues her somatic gestures, talking all the while.
Oh, come now. You wouldn't like it if I did that to you now, would you?
She knows what you're saying. I'm simply here looking for my friend. Come, you won't want to disappoint a sweet woman such as myself. She does the whole puppy eye thing, flutters her eyelashes at them. I'm gonna go ahead and, unless you interrupt what she's doing, like physically or something.
I'm not gonna physically interrupt, but I will walk right up to her and say, "Come now. You say that my kind are dangerous." That bit was a little bit quiet.
As she completes her enchantment, she turns to you and is like, I'm simply doing what is necessary. This is the way of my people. We are mistrusted, so we must adapt. Cool. You watch Alvir, the youngest of the two boys, kind of blink stupidly, and then smiles. Of course, a friend. No, I mean, yeah, he came to us a few days back, seeking. Just like you see, like Doug, the other man beside him, kind of turn to him and just go, like, with a look of like, "What are you doing?" But Elvir, all the while, continues to approach closer, and with a silly smile, kind of points toward the second story. He's actually with us right now, speaking to the old man. Esmeralda says, "Q, I wasn't so hot now, was it?" And she turns. It seems that you were correct, my Fey friend, in your deductions. Shall we?
Oh. I'm assuming that's where the front door is.
Yeah. So,
Because I can't actually see where the front door is with the roof.
yeah, I have an outside outdoors map.
I'm guessing here.
That's the carriage entrance, I thought.
Is it? That might be it then.
Yeah. What are you doing with your mount? Because you're not talking, so I don't know.
It's back. Just resting. Isn't doing it.
You guys.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
I can hear you, but it's getting swallowed.
Okay.
You have visual here?
Yes.
Where do you head from here? Esmeralda's gonna go ahead and kind of stable her horse before venturing through the docking area and kind of following this direction here. But you guys are free to do as you wish.
Well, shall we knock on the front door and politely ask for entry? Speak with the old man of place. Ask him about what's going on with the tree recently.
Or if a man
Well-
in a flamboyant hat came by recently.
Yes. Well, let's go. And I will knock on the front door.
There is no noise nor answer from the first floor. Well, the door is unlocked.
Branda just pipes up and goes, "Oi, Marty, can we come in?"
You see curtains part from the upper floor. A very elderly face kind of gazes down, frowns at the few new faces, then recognizes Nadia, Jeb, and among you see Davian's face peer through the glass and smile and motions you to come in.
And as soon as I see that motion, I would go ahead and enter.
Cool. Is it fair enough that you head like up the stairs, kind of following the party mates that already have been here before?
Yes.
Yeah.
You head anywhere, like stop anywhere or do anything on the way there? Or can I just...
No, I would
No.
not have.
Cool. What?
Take me away.
Take me away. As
If
you
convenient,
enter
I
the
would
winery,
spend a quick glance at the big vats to see how they're doing on wine.
those that are not broken appear full.
Okay.
This cask of yonder has been shattered in half, so it's working at half capacity, and this one has been shattered on its sides, so it's been left blank. But the other ones are fermenting healthily, and it smells
Okay,
fragrant
so
and pleasant.
they're doing reasonably on wine, but not at full capacity.
As you walk through the fermentation chamber, and kind of follow Esmeralda's silhouette as it passes by the doorways down the hall as well, you hear a sound of jubilation coming from the central room of yonder, the table. Esmeralda opens the door and sees the four people seated there. Muriel, Adrian, Davian, and, to your delightful surprise, Octavio. Octavio is caught unawares and betrays some surprise on his face and whispers, in a voice slightly different than the one you are used to. What are you doing here? I knew I'd find you. It only took me the bad part of a week. I've missed you, old man. What were you thinking, heading out alone? You know me. I prefer to work alone. I had to do what I had to do. To see you after so much time. Davio takes off his feather hat, and as he does so, a shimmer, the hair shortens, becomes paler and balds near the cap of his head. The elvish sharp features kind of sag and betray a bit of age as the face shifts altogether. Unwritten.
I knew it. I called it.
I was like, I'm gonna keep this up until at least one player is like, I see what you're up to.
I see what you're doing. Yeah, it really once the Pikachu face. I was racking my brain because Esmeralda had said like, oh yeah, a good hunter like hides in plain sight, and I was like, but who do we know who's
Can we
been
just
like
appreciate
who would...
the fucking art of this is Rictavio, and then
Yeah, Rictavio's art's really good.
this is Rictavio, and then like just so
Pretty
well
dope.
done.
Yeah. I'm digging it.
He takes
I like
off
that
Yeah.
the jawline and all like the key features are the same, but the accessories are just wholly
like
different.
Yeah.
it's almost like taking off a mask, and it's the same features. For you, this aged man, looking to be in his late 70s, no longer a youthish bard, sits amid the articops, his Tyrolean feathered hat in his lap, and a ivory cane kind of supporting his more lamer leg as he sits a little bit crooked on a chair. Just two old folk sit across from one another, discussing pleasantries. Suppose I should apologize for being covertly overt all this time, but you must realize I had to do what I must do to keep things subtle, and it wasn't until I've discovered the nature of this place that I realized I could be myself again, away from the gaze of Strahd's spies. I am Dr. Rudolf van Richten. It is a pleasure to meet you again, Axbane. Though I hear that you go by many names nowadays. Rudolph and Esmeralda kind of embrace as Esmeralda takes a seat by the table. Strangely enough, it seems that Davian approves of her presence, perhaps already aware of it.
I knew there was something a little fishy about you the first time we had met, but why keep all the secrets after Bone Grinder Mill and everything? You left the city and everything. Why wait so long to reveal yourself to us now? Maybe.
This place, it is warded from the evils of the outside. It is the one place where I can trust I am truly safe. That and the tower, but it seems you've outsmarted even those defenses, and my options have been wearing thin. I apologize once more for being covert as I was, but things in Vallaki have gotten a little bit more complicated than I would have liked. And
Yeah.
To be frank, you gave me quite the fright. I thought that Strahd sent his agents after me when I first noticed your unfortunate nature.
I should have been a little more careful, I guess. But I didn't mean to scare you or anything. I'm glad you didn't, take a knife to me.
No, I trust my protege chooses her allies well. After all, I've taught her to judge others fairly. Not to repeat my mistakes and be hasty, the one's blade and wrath. I can only hope, the wisdom of an old man such as myself will live on her and the others.
I'm sure there is much to learn. However, where are the others?
Well, just sort of gestures for you to sit by a table as Martkov, smiling soundly, posed tea for the new guest that, again, it seems that he was expecting all of this. Most who reside within the domains of dread seldom fixate on what lies beyond the mist. But we few daring souls do. Most grow too inquisitive and simply vanish, the mist delivering them to deadly domains from which they never return. But others manage to band together, learning the ways of the mists, how to travel through them, and how to survive within their dangers. For most of my life, I served as a mentor to these brave souls, these mist walkers. I only hope that my lessons survived wherever they are, out there, beyond the mist. I hope that they work to drive away evils in other lands as I work to drive away the evils of this. You listen to him. He turns back to Esmeralda. For the sake of this, they're gonna exchange a few kind words of reunion. Rudolph is truly overjoyed at seeing his protege here in Barovia, but you can sort of tell he perhaps has his reserved emotions about Esmeralda risking her life being here.
Well, I wouldn't recommend ever going back to Vallaki. I wouldn't.
The new leadership has a hardline view of Strahd being.
So we've heard, says David. But sometimes things are out of our hands and sort of proceed on their own. Isn't that right? Surely none of us in Shroom had any hand in handing over Lucky to the cult of Strahd or anything like that. That would be a silly mistake not to be repeated in the future.
We were heading that way, and though Strahd decided to wholesale give the entire city to Wachter, though we were trying to wrest control from Vergus to Wachter, thinking she had the better welfare of the city. Apparently that is a flawed way of thinking.
Von Richten says, it is in the past. No concern of ours. The people, they struggle in their own way against the evils, doing what they believe is right. But in the end, it falls onto us to truly make the changes required. Which is why I've sent you to Durst House in the first place, to recover that which I have lost. You see, I am not the man I used to be. Now I'm not as young as I used to be. To venture into Death House by myself would have certainly ended badly for me. But now that you have a tome, he sort of tries to dart his eyes over your packs and such, trying to locate it. I don't know if it's out in the open.
That's an A's pack.
Right.
Yeah, it's in my pack.
We have an edge. And
Yes.
I've made my fair share of discoveries, kind of thing. But
It's an interesting experience. And he will put on a fork. You can get things like this out of it.
well, hopefully you'll recover artifacts much more precious and much more holy than a mere fork, my friend. If I understand correctly, Strahd, in his egomaniac folly, hid his very end in that book, or at least a means of finding it. I have spent my years here, Barovia, working covertly with the Keepers of the Feather to locate it, awaiting the day, the destined day, that the likes of you would return to Barovia and perhaps succeed in aiding us in this final push. The Society's origins, these Keepers of the Feather, they can be traced back hundreds of years. Their mystical traditions began perhaps in Barovia and spread beyond the mist as they grew into the Dilante spiritualist sect of today. I first discovered the existence of the Keepers years ago and sought to work with those dedicated to opposing the evils of Strahd von Zarovich. But their numbers were not enough to oppose the Dark Lord directly. They nonetheless continued to seek useful lore and aid from the shadows, manipulating fortune to confound some of Strahd's more diabolical plots. Over generations, they hid, and their hidden resistance to Strahd continued in Barovia. But some among them learned their fatherland suffering beyond the mist. So, unwilling to let the innocent of those lands fend for themselves, some of the Keepers of the Feather ventured forth, hoping to share their wisdom and their subtle resistance to evil, so to speak, with those who needed it most. However, the mists find a way to twist even the best intentions. In Darkon, my home, the mystical writings and talismans of the were-ravens carried from Barovia came to the attention of the bored elite. Fascinated, these socialists became obsessed with the occult, seeking out esoteric works, hiring doubtful fortune tellers, and hosting parlor seances. In most cases, they resulted with passing fads. In some, they were more catastrophic. I witnessed myself the unprepared, successful summons of fiends and angry spirits into their saloons. But a few earnest amateurs, spiritualists, generally sought to learn more about the secrets beyond their homes, their lives, and the mists. In these would-be occultists, the were-ravens saw potential, and I see potential. So, from what the Keepers entrusted in telling me, it appears that there are a loose organization, incorporating members who operate alone or in small groups, as well as elite social clubs or secretive societies. They identify each other by the mark of the raven, from my understanding a sunburst emblem worn as a pin or an amulet. I managed to get my hands on some esoteric writing describing the mark as a recreation of a holy symbol of every kind. A storied religious artifact. Most reproductions I came across carry no magical properties, but regardless, many foul forces instinctively recognize the symbol as an emblem of good. So, I began seeking it out, to little success.
Aren't you nodding? I don't suppose that was what the priestess was wearing. Didn't get a good look at her amulet. You were closer, did you?
I mean, it very well could have been, and I would only. Well, I mean, being in close proximity to the amulet that we had, and then being in that dream, could I
They were
assume that
different.
it was?
Like,
Oh, they
what
were,
she was
okay.
wearing was more like a sunburst to the Morning Lord, straight rays, whereas the symbol for Ravencon is a very unique red gem in the center, silver sun with like runic inscriptions on the top and bottom half of it. Two different symbols.
Oh, okay.
Perhaps similar origins, perhaps similar intent, but you would know they're not the same.
Well, definitely the one that the priestess was wearing was definitely more heavily an arcane power, it seemed. But the one that we had prior to meeting you, I mean, it could have passed as something else.
Had it? Did it have the profane power of old? The holy power to combat Strahd? Did you witness it?
Unfortunately, we weren't able to use the trinket to its fullest potential. We had only just recovered it, but it was taken from us.
Strahd's
I'm
ageless,
sorry that
no
we
doubt.
didn't. Say that again.
Taken. Can it be recovered?
Not easily.
It's presently in possession of the Lord of the Land.
Then it can be recovered.
I can't imagine how.
An item such as
Enter
that has survived through the eons. Seldom capable of destroying it, I'm sure Strahd would hide it somewhere. Bury it deep, perhaps within his castle. Perhaps give it to one of his servants to hide away in his domain. In either case, it can be recovered. Nothing is truly lost, as long as you hold on to hope. However, I must disappoint you. As I've said, I am not the man I used to be. I would like nothing more than to be of use to you. But I fear I am cursed. Many years.
Well, I suppose you could be of use to me. After all, I'm trying to burn down the tree that's near here, the Clothias tree. I don't suppose you know anything about if simply burning it down is enough, or if there's more that I would have to do to get rid of it.
A Goliath tree never truly dies. It is it essentially explains that, like, should you burn or cut down a tree, as long as its heart still survives, the corruption will eventually grow back within a matter of like a few weeks. It is why it stands there still. Octavio theorizes that something maintains it alive, but him being old and using his mind rather than his brawn, he did not brave venturing toward the catastrophe to find out how to vanquish it. Perhaps a closer look will reveal answers.
When he says like a physical heart, is he saying like an actual, like, tangible something living within the tree, he thinks, or something that's like acting as a heart, like it's a beacon for it to keep coming back?
Both.
Either way,
The land is corrupted, and the evil. The dark powers that be, they plant seed within the very earth. Twist into abominable things. Flash tree is just one of those.
Either way, as long as it exists, I can try and burn it.
That is good. Evil cannot go unchallenged. But,
Well.
for your sake, and for the sake of those I love, he turns to Esmeralda, to protect those I love, I'm afraid I must keep all of you distant. I am cursed, thus I will seldom have peace. All those that ever aided me before have quickly found their doom, their end. I would cure myself of this curse, but I fear that is not in my hands. But there is hope. Should Strahd be weakened, and should you obtain items to overwhelm him, perhaps I can do my part as well, in time.
Speaking of you doing what you need to do in time, Jeb is going to reach into his coat and pull out the one wooden stick that he got and put it in Van Richten's lap.
What is it?
Jeb's going to give one of the wooden stakes that was given to him.
Stakes.
Well, just put it on Van Richten's lap. We've reappropriated some of your goods. I apologize, and I'm sure this will be in better hands with you than with me. As A is just standing in the corner with the armor from the tower.
See that armor.
And I'll just return that which is mine back to me, but I suppose I thank you. I will add it to my collection. He opens the side coat of his, and there's like an array of like 5 of them just lining up and just like stuff it. Thank you. I only pray I am giving a second chance in time. Do not mistake me, I am a man with a plan. But I need time yet. Especially now knowing that Esmeralda is here. Perhaps I can ask of you to keep her safe for me, will you? Esmeralda just kind of scoffs at it like, I'll keep them safe more soon than that.
Yes, in the future, she will definitely keep us safe. Her wagon nearly killed all of us, owing to some clumsy-fingered.
The old 100 alchemist fire trick, classic in my book. Classic. Gets werewolves every time. You know, they say the cat died to curiosity, but the werewolf died to shrapnel. He goes a little senile for a second.
I would turn to the Montecarlos and ask, so, druids at Yester Hill, what have the movements been like recently?
Well,
Are they still
they have been bothering us
have a heavy
ever
presence?
since we recovered Gem. It seems that some measure of the ward's protection has been recovered. But, he says that their scouts have seen some of the druids have been like scavenging about, return to the hill, drag their dead to the foot of the catastrophe for some rites of ceremony of burial, and continue their dark rituals and such. They have not been harassed by blights as much in such intensity, but the druids are still very much active.
It's a shame to see my brethren like that. Well, I suppose they're of a different circle.
Yeah, well, we just need to lay them out and bury them all.
Then get on it, says Davian. What you waiting for? He kind of points to all the flasks of oil dangling from your gear, just clanking over there. Seems like you're on for it. Start a bonfire.
Oh, I plan on it.
Of course.
Just to finish up
He'll
with
make it
Rictavio
wild.
real quick, I'm just gonna say this: he is a man of a plan, and he will share that he has like good evidence from his research to suggest that Strahd periodically hibernates in his coffin, sometimes for like years, if lucky, when all is quiet in the realm. His original plan was like not to be disturbed by the likes of you adventurers. He was gonna blend in, wait till everything goes quiet, and like try and stake Strahd in his coffin when all goes quiet. But you know, things have gone complicated, so he'll need time to readjust his plans. He's a very patient man, though he is not a young man anymore, and he knows his road is coming to an end. But you know, his work isn't done. So that's Van Richten. He is. Yeah.
Brandar would ask, do you know if there's like a signal that he's resting?
His absence.
Yeah, so, you know, so he'd be gone for like a week, and then you know he's sleeping.
With Strahd, there's no actual way of knowing. It's just that Rictavio has witnessed it once before. Got really lucky, caught, and actually ventured to cast Ravenloft while Strahd was asleep.
Real hard to prove a negative.
But to this
Just
day,
doing his hair
I'm
for a
not
week.
sure if that is the absolute truth. When he ventured to Castle Ravenloft that time when he was slumbering, that's when he says he recovered the Tome of Strahd. But it was strange, because when he did, it was as if it was just written. So he's not sure if Strahd was asleep or was in the very fucking room that he was in, just stalking the shadows. That's Strahd for you. You never fucking know. So.
I mean, if we could find out if we could find out anyway that's true, it'd be a good idea, because it means we could kind of maybe sneak in and try and get back that trinket.
Fuck that, Esmeralda says. Fuck that. We get we weaken him. We get the proper tools to kill him, and we do it. Our underarms.
Trinket is one of the
Where
things that help to kill him.
Well, I do like your enthusiasm. That's why I've actually got a question. Does Strahd still have his arm and some sort of force? His army.
Yes, he commands the undead, vampire, and worse.
Then I think we do need to find a little more help.
You're concerned about if we kill Strahd, but not his army.
No, it's more like why should we fight through hordes of his army before getting to him? Why not have someone else fighting his army while we go to him?
Oh, I
all in
suppose.
due time.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, Argynvost Hold is one of our hopeful options of gaining allies.
yes, we'll try that on our way back after Yester Hill.
Yeah, well,
Perhaps
we'll see what we need to get done.
Davian just goes, perhaps when the opportunity arises, we, the people in this very room, will be able to be that very army. It doesn't have to be a legion of 1,000. Sometimes, it only takes a few to make a difference.
Oh yeah. Like, I'm not expecting us to get hundreds of, like, everyone in Barovia on board.
I'm not expecting to live till tomorrow, so I'm not getting any younger. You guys should better get on to that Yester Hill and burn that tree down so we can get on going with the rest of this.
Sounds like a plan. Let's move. Branda just starts walking out, ducking under the doorway like usual.
Octavia is intending to stay here in the woods of wine, it seems. It being one of the last sanctuaries and like sort of like a fallback point for him aside from the tower. He's going to be working together with the Keepers of the Feather to come up with the best approach to defeat Strahd. And I mean, your help will only expedite that. So the winery becomes his de facto base of operations moving forward for the foreseeable future. Ultimately, Esmeralda wishes to stay with her mentor. But, however, I've been considering this. Having learned of the Tome of Strahd, she can't afford of letting such an item be lost should anything happen to the party. And let's face it, you guys are unreliable. Like, you guys are mercurial. Anything can happen at any point. Somebody has to recover the tome if something happens to it. So she intends to reluctantly choose to escort the party until she has learned all there is to learn from the tome, made a perfect copy of it, at which point, you know, she might stay, she might go, depending on Vistani's fate. You know, though her Vistani nature would have her simply steal the tome from the party. Rudolf von Richten taught her that such an action is a quick way to make enemies. So that's my end of things. What is yours?
An extra sword who is allied with a party who knows the beast that walk this land is better than not, and she is fashionable.
That she is.
Well,
better a sword at your side than a dagger at your back.
Let's get moving before we start losing daylight.
yeah. I suppose the question is, are we going to try and sneak up to the tree?
Yeah, there ain't no way I'm sneaking.
Oh, come now. You know I've helped in the past with that.
Yeah, well, for what the tales they regaled us over the past couple of days, it didn't end up well for their friend. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. But this time I have passed without trace.
You ever move curse?
No.
Yikes. Does anyone have it?
No.
Okay.
No.
No one is at sufficient level to get it yet.
At this point, it's just fire to remove curse. Burn it away.
Yes. Yep. I think 2 more levels I get an option to do that, because I think I get greater restoration, but that's
Don't
2
we
levels.
need like a ridiculous amount of diamonds for greater?
Yes.
I don't know if I brought this up before, but it is possible that I can get close to the tree. If it's just only blights.
How about you get there first?
Right.
Yep.
I'm just letting everyone know that once we get to the tree, if we have anything else, that I can pass undetected by them.
We'll scout it out and know what we need to do, but the thing is, I think if we want the Margos to operate without any issues at all, we need to just eliminate all the druids that are left.
I agree, Sister Esmeralda. It is best to act on information we have actually gathered. We scout out the place, see what we're faced with before we make a plan. Otherwise, we're just assuming fate, and that's not a good way of doing things.
Yeah.
Yes, sounds reasonable.
If we need to move in and just blow shit up, that's what we'll do.
Alright, load up.
Let's fucking rage.
Okay.
Let's move.
So, anything you guys wish to do before we depart?
Let me.
Do you have any of those bottles of wonderful wine? There was a vintage that my previous party brought. It was the only drinkable thing in this place covered in swill. Any bottles in the back to help give us some liquid courage?
Just looking for bottles of wine.
Nice bottles. What was
The
that?
Champagne de la Stump.
Yeah, I got
Champagne?
trashed on it
Okay.
and actually got disadvantage, but it was
So-
the few drinkable things I could get.
Novak took one of the only Champagne de l'Estan bottles, because that vintage is no longer being made. It is very ancient, very rare, very magical vintage that it's not being made anymore because the first gem was stolen years ago, out of the 3. Each gem corresponds to a vintage,
Gotcha.
right? The first one was stolen years ago. The second one was stolen about a year ago, and then like a few months ago, the third one was stolen.
Nadia has the bottle, by the way.
No, I
Nadia
don't
has.
have the bottle. I took
Yeah,
it
no,
out from Novart because I said, "Hey, we should all have a toast because we are."
but I
reuniting
didn't
with
finish it.
friends."
No, mind the bag I gave you like stuff before I left. I gave you a bag of like some objects. Should still be in the chat.
Oh fuck! I probably missed it entirely.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
But
Novark, when
if
he was
if you're looking to just buy
storming
like a
off,
bottle
gave me
of
the
wine
book.
just for like a quarter to 10 gold pieces for like a fine bottle of wine.
Oh no, he's asking to get one comped because one, he has 0 gold. Two, like we're risking our lives.
Still have to have some semblance of cover for our operations. We are business after all. I'll tell you what. You burn a tree down, I'll give you 2 bottles.
Sounds like a fair trade.
I'm not giving away free wine. But you know who has free wine? The fucking artificer, because he has a fucking jug of alchemy.
I got beer. It's no wine. It's
Okay.
beer. I do a good job. Do you like beer? Yeah, you don't know what you're missing.
It's a drink for the pores.
I'll actually have you know many a king drinks ale.
Yeah. Okay, let's expedite this because it is getting
Yeah.
late and we probably are excited to get to where we're getting. Ismaril's gonna travel with you as you take on to the road onwards. Reason why I'm being so brief with Van Richten is because ultimately, Strahd has a problem where there's too many allies. Not like you can use all of them. You can absolutely do whatever the fuck you want. But like in terms of like destined allies and how the story branches, if you have too many allies, and it brings up the whole dilemma of like, why do we need you guys if we have all these heroes? When you do a destined ally, effectively, this one destined ally is super active in Barovia, and the rest of them are like, because of fate, are dormant. There is a way to activate Van Richten, but we'll get to that later. That's gonna be like Jeb/Nadia's arc. I promise.
Yeah.
So, Van Richten strikes me as a guy in the chair character, anyways, because he's relatively decrepit.
Old.
He is not in his prime anymore. He is useful. He is wise. He just has more brain and spell work than like Braun. In fact,
that's what I
if I
figured.
were to like imagine him in combat, he will be like the mastermind. He will be like Jeb but older. He'll make the plan, and he'll be genius, and he'll have all the knowledge, all the lore you need, all the monster weaknesses you want, but he will not be the one swinging the sword unless like he is cornered.
Yeah.
Versus Meryl's protege, which is like the exact opposite. I like their complementary relationship. But anyways, onwards to Yester Hill, shall we?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Cool. We take on the roads, the trail. Sorry, changing music from. Right. The trail through thick woods leads to a hill covered with dead grass. Yonder, put us on. I guess this map. Long time since we've been here, and Jeb is here for the first time. You see a hill covered with dead grass and cairns of. It's a Scottish word. How do you pronounce this? I know what it is. It's a grave made of like stacked stones. How do you pronounce this word? Cairns?
Cairn?
Cairns?
1 second.
I think it's Karen's.
I'm sure it's Scottish.
Cairn.
Yeah. So
Cairn.
it's like dark rock stacked on top of each one. Now they're making a grave. Cairns of black rock. Dark, ominous clouds gather high above, and bolts of lightning strike the hilltop. West of the hill, the land, the wood, and the sky vanish behind a towering wall of shimmering fog. A dirt trail runs along the 2 concentric rings of cairns that encircle the hillside. Each cairn is about 10 feet high, a mound of slimy black rock. I'll give you the option, guys, to like choose your path ahead of you. What do you do?
Well,
Mr. Hill as we last saw it.
Oh yeah, that is a wholly different image that I got from seeing the map.
The maps in Strahd, like the module, are way too bright for Barovia. I find like the yellow cast is like just make it like blue or something. But yeah, thank God that people actually do really decent art.
Yeah. Well.
They have the high ground.
Yeah. I would actually go about and who has shields?
Like
I
a
have
regular shield? Yep.
Yeah.
I have
Yeah, a regular shield.
like
Yeah.
physical shield or spell.
The regular shields, because if people have them, I would carve something into them.
Yeah, I have one.
I have one.
So if you don't mind, not sure how useful it will be, but I can write something in Riddick on your shield and hope that it potentially buys some time. And if you will let me, I will carve in Druidic on the shield, friend, ally, type message on it. So, or word friend.
I appreciate and see what you're doing. Still laughing though.
Yeah. Well, when Brandar gets his shield, you just kind of see him like just like flex his arm and just kind of.
And the Greeks charged the Romans with friend and ally on their shields.
Yes. Well, it depends if we're.
It's such an innocent, fey way of looking at things. I like it.
Yeah, of course, it's fine.
Yeah.
Fine. Nothing wrong with this. Yeah. So, well, hopefully that will do something. But are we sneaking? Do we want to sneak up or?
I don't think we can sneak up with Aya here, and then he just knocks on her armor.
I mean, an elephant in the room here.
You can see like the brewing storm atop the hill, the lightning striking very often on top of it, and you can hear the rumble once again. To like Nadia, for example, you appreciate this kind of vast magical power, and the rumble of thunder seems to like be audible and loud. Seems to cover a lot of noise. So I mean, you may clank into her armor and make fun of her all you like, but there's hope.
Yeah, and I can, as cursed as the land around here is, I can certainly ask it for help. I think it's probably our best bet going forwards to at least not make a whole bunch of noise as we approach. So,
Is the goal just to throw oil and set it ablaze?
No, we need to kill them.
Well, and besides, given what Rictavio said, it'll probably take more care to actually burn the tree down than just throwing oil on it to keep it burnt. I think it might be worth trying to ignite the tree if we're near it, even if we haven't dealt with this other circle. If nothing else, it might distract them.
I'm fairly confident I can set the conflagration relatively quickly without being noticed, but I would need someone to cover my retreat. I am fairly confident I am far more nimbler on my feet than the rest of you, and I can go unnoticed, being unfettered with all of this. Volunteering to do something reckless for once.
Are discussing this amongst yourselves. You see Esmeralda take a knee, grab something out of her pack. I'm just reading the spell here. Right. So it's she gets out what looks to be a glass eye, puts it on her palm up, and it levitates. She looks toward the hill, blinks, and then her eyes blaze white. She's gonna spend 10 minutes focusing on the spell. The more time passes, the brighter this glass eye glows.
Well, yeah. Suppose that's one way of doing it.
Jeb holds his hands up. Do we have an alchemist fire, or is it just oil that we need to begin the blaze?
You'll see a slight flame start up in Kiahi's hand. I've got fire. I've just got oil itself. Fire is within me.
As far as the tree itself, we don't know, other than just fire, any other weaknesses or what Ricavio had said about having a heart.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, we should inspect it from close. Even if we put it on fire, we need to know if the heart is gone.
Well, it seems like our new companion is scouting out ahead with that. Similar to other far-seeing spells.
So what is it that we are facing here? This is my first time on this mound. Is it more werewolves? Is it...
Think you're gonna identify them like mongrel or extremely poor? Yeah.
Hey, this is druids.
They're like me. Druids and deserters. Fast, wild warriors.
well,
At the edge
Does-
of the hill, you continue your planning. Eventually, Esmeralda closes her fist and grasps the eye. Sorry about that. I had to finish the spell. Always takes a little bit out of me, but regardless, it is done. I've put a clairvoyance beacon on the hill. I can hear and see what lies beyond. Should we need to spy ahead? That is up to you.
What's
Wow.
does it look like up there? Are there lots of them around, or?
Dozen, at least. I see fire, silhouettes dancing before them. I hear the drums.
Well,
I'm still surprised that they're still in spirit, even with their winter splinter gone.
What is
And
death
the,
to the death druids?
yeah. Well, I think probably our best bet is for us to sneak on up towards the circle and then strike decisively. I know probably better than most how well my...
Which direction shall we approach from if we're approaching the circle?
Esmeralda, I assume you are as light on your feet. Trained to be quick and light on your feet, unlike the rest of these.
Is why I'm still alive.
I suggest you and me walk to the far side to get their attention, to buy the slower, lumbering ones a chance to...
Like south?
Like a pincer... I'm suggesting pincer maneuver. Me and Esmeralda go south.
It is 250 feet or so across. You would have us separate so far from our allies.
And, wait, I'm curious.
It is quite far. I merely hope that we...
Yeah, so Kiahi would duck behind a tree and vanish from your sight. And you'd hear a playful voice. You're not the only one who's light on their feet.
You surprise me every day, child. He's calling you. He's calling you child. Still surprises him. I suggest we if we do not distract them and get their attention, they will pick us off from a distance. We need to buy time and distraction for the lumbering ones. I've cast a spell from the book to give me this magnificent coat that should offer me some modicum of protection without weighing me down. It's not much, but I hope it's enough to give the rest of them a moment to charge the hill. Hopefully we can survive. Kiahi, can you help signal the lumbering ones to charge once you see them? Or help us distract them from the other side and signal them in a different way.
Or we can all go up together.
Yeah, well,
Have the
I'm
land.
guessing it's like thunder and lightning right now. Like you're hearing thunder and lightning.
Yeah, you can hear
They
from
should be
here.
able to get
Strike.
even,
Maybe.
even these two pointing at the to a heavy.
It's going to be roughly loud up there. We
Fine.
could try and use that to our advantage. Every time the thunder strikes, we move as much as we can to try and gain as much ground forward as we can before they notice us.
I think we go with that. Stay together. Don't. As much as I appreciate your plan to valiantly sacrifice yourself,
Like, I think over
you
the
wouldn't
thunder,
last
even
a chance. You wouldn't last against 12 of them on your own, even with as a support. You wouldn't last. Well,
even with the thunder, I don't think they'd be able to hear our armor over it.
yeah. Let's do that.
All right.
You see Jeb just take a huge sigh of relief.
So, who's heading where?
Sounds like we're sneaking up the same path quietly, in between thunderclaps.
Okay, so we're talking like straight up the hill, like so, like steeply, like so.
Through a road.
Using the trees as cover. Every time we see a flash of lightning,
So,
knowing there'll be thunder, right? That's the best time to move.
so you're thinking something like this path?
Yeah, so at least we have some tree cover, right, to minimize time out in the open. Because if we run up they'll see us if we take the main path. They'll see us coming a mile away if they look down. But if we go through the trees and use these trees / bushes as cover, we have a chance of slight obscurement. So we minimize as much time that we're out in the open before we make the final push up the hill.
My horse can climb these parts. These sides.
If we go around too, it looks like there's more cover back here. Trees, and then there's
Esmeralda's sighs. Clearly, I'm becoming a little bored
Yeah.
of all this. Like, I'll just see you when you finally get there.
Oh, let's just bloody move.
She
Yep.
just snaps her finger and turns invisible, and you see her footprints in the dead grass. She begins to climb down.
Yes, let's move. And as we go, starting to make progress, I will drop pass without a trace.
All right. Can I get everybody to roll me stealth, please?
And remember,
A veil of
everybody
shadow
at
and silence
10.
readiest. Yeah.
Yeah, for me, it'll just be a single roll because yeah.
advantage or
doesn't
plus
give
10?
advantage. It's plus 10.
16. I don't know why that messaged GM. That's weird. Why did that happen?
Maybe it's,
there.
maybe it's toggled.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you know it's 16, so...
16, 33,
16.
6. What do we have there? 14. I have 4 numbers. What am I missing?
So you've got Yahi
Wait.
at
16.
33.
Why is my scale mail not rolling at disadvantage?
It is.
It didn't.
Oh wait, no, that's Aya. That's Aya.
Mine went to Tom, but that's weird. It didn't roll it to my wife.
You also root sleight of hand on stealth, just so you know.
Oh shit! I misclicked.
It's fine. I'm taking the dice roll.
It's it's the same. It's the same number too.
Yeah. So we have this. Not 21. Okay. For 21, you managed to make your way all the way up to the ring. What's your entry point? Here, you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
It would have been. I remember that right. That wall's only about like 5 foot high.
5 to 10, kind of. It's built 5, and then there's a few stones laid periodically around it to make it 10 at certain spots. So that'll put you guys. Who's at the front? Who's at the back? I mean, like you guys can say yourself. You can make it all the way up here stealthily, and then I'll switch us to the map. This is what you see.
Oh boy.
After arduous climb, you finally reach the top of the hill. Here, a wide ring of black boulders and smaller rocks collectively form a makeshift wall enclosing a field of dead grass. You see lightning strike the edge of the ring from time to time, illuminating a ghastly but otherwise desolate ritual site. The ground where Strahd's effigy stood is scorched from the fire that you set here days ago. The debris have been cleared away. Approaching carefully, amid the monoliths within the stone circle are 3 large bonfires whose fire and fume and sparks can be seen rising above the stone wall and melding with the stone above. All of them are you can see silhouettes of several individuals chanting and dancing around these fires. All of them are adorned in pelts and antlered bone helms. Those whose faces are not covered by masks of wood and bone have their faces covered in ritualistic war paint made of mud and blood. Leading the chant is this large, 6-legged, insectile being with translucent wings upon its back and chitin covering its iridescent green body. The front of a white skull is painted upon its frontal facial plate, and it looks upon all with tiny, beady, arachnid eyes. I'm talking about this guy over yonder.
It looks disgusting.
Oh, actually, I think I have a full body image, just because you're close enough to glance at white fire. Copy image address, G, face, chat. If you ever want to see an image like fully, you can either open it in a tab or you can drag out the chat and like increase the size, and the image will like inflate itself. So this thing is leading everyone in chant. This insectile creature leads a rites chant with modulating, buzzing sound and clicking of its mandibles, speaking in an inscrutable tongue. Standing beside this creature is a towering, muscled undead abomination. Many gaping wounds have been lacerated across its body, and its guts are spilling out in front of it, and you see a massive tentacle protruding from its right shoulder. Talking about this thing over yonder. Standing where you are, how do you proceed?
We've got to jump on them, so who's the chance?
Well, right now, surprise is on our side, unless anyone wants to do anything drastic. But those crevice ways, they act as a small little barrier, so anyone with range could stay on the side that we're closest against right now, lob whatever attacks over, try to funnel them as best as we can.
I also have that spell that Brandar gave, which would make it far easier to attack them, though we would need to funnel as many of them in a small area as possible.
could also, I suppose the walls are not really tall enough to force them into an area, but I can deny some area of the field if we wanted to, but...
You know what? Before Esmeralda takes all the glory, we should go in for ourselves. I am not going to...
Esmeralda
you
just
see
like
Jeb-
lifts an eyebrow at you, and she's like, "Want to have a little competition then?"
You just see Jeb just smirk, and he says, I'm sure my teacher taught me better than you.
Trying to lose count.
Just smirks, pulls out his hand crossbow, and runs ahead. Roll initiative, because Jeb's just gonna be like, fuck this, I'm not...
Bloody hell, lad.
Formative moment, Samson's dead. He's shook now.
I'll roll initiative when it's appropriate to roll initiative. What do you do?
But he's running up and going to stop right at this corner. Oh, how tall is this again? This wall?
This wall before you kind of modulates between 5 feet, where you can kind of duck behind it for 3/4 cover, or like large boulder stones that rise above your head 10 feet up.
And just so I'm clear, this is a higher area, lower area.
Correct.
And this is roughly the same as this, right?
Correct.
Okay. Jeb will run to this corner. Like pushes back against it, and...
Do you not move your token for a reason, or?
Oh, sorry.
I don't know what that corner is. So.
Sorry.
Do you climb over the wall?
Not yet. He's
So
like pushing his back against this corner, looking down.
You run about here.
Yes.
And you peer around.
Hand crossbow out. Yep, looking around.
That is still within pass without a trace range.
What's your passive perception?
My passive?
Yeah.
8. Sorry, 9.
Cool. You run around, crossbow out in hand. You see flashes of lightning, and as you proceed toward the central path that cuts through the Druid Circle, you note the fungal growth along the rocky walls on either side of the path, and patches of frosted mold on the ground. Anything? Keep running?
Yeah, he's going to do his best to avoid stepping in all the mold, because mold is gross.
Yes.
And he wants to get within 60 feet of the big guy.
Okay. You sprint
So 30 more
around
feet.
the corner, making it about over before you see 2 mushroom patches extend out, their bodies extending out, their caps lifting up, and then from beneath the caps, mouths open up and screech loudly. This is like audible 300 feet all around. Just this horrifying screech, a pitchful, piercing your ears. At this point, I'll have to roll initiative.
Yep.
Unless, well, I mean, we are where we are.
Nope. That makes perfect sense.
Okay. My question is, it is 9:20. Do we want to call a session here, or do we want to keep going? I can keep going. If you
I
guys
can
want.
go one more hour.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Okay,
That's
just tell
what I
me
can do
as
as
soon as
well.
you guys are like, it's fine.
I'm surprised you can go, Mister. I've been awake for 2 days.
I'm gonna crush so hard after this, but I'm fine.
Well, hold on. I'm trying to think of how we could all. Well, I'm trying to think of how long this might take.
Yeah, this is.
Oh no, I'm sure this is going to be a to be continued. We might get like 4 rounds of initiative out of it, maybe less.
Your call.
Samson, what do you think? Or Samson, Mark.
Yeah. I can probably do until 10:20-ish, but then I probably have to call it because I have work early tomorrow and it's going to be a long day.
Yeah, I can get a couple rounds in then.
It'll just be like the werewolf fight, except someone will be down, and then we'll pick up from next week with someone making death saves.
I never roll high initiative, ever. Never, ever, ever.
They're surprised, right, when the mushrooms scream?
I'm missing one. There it is. Okay. Oh, big initiative order, but this is.
There's so many. There's so many of them.
I said a dozen.
Oh no, I'm just like seeing them out. It's just like there's so many of them.
Okay, I'm not gonna have the initiative fully out. Okay. Everybody rolled their initiative?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't see the dozen. I only see 9 tokens. Interesting. So, hiding.
Yeah.
The shambling mound of the mountain's gonna come on initiative turn 10.
So Jeb,
Yeah.
as you charge
Yes.
in and you kind of get assailed by these shrieks, you watch as lightning strikes a nearby boulder and illuminates bluish gray mud covering the graves throughout, as it begins to stir as bodies rise from their resting places. You see men and women covered in pelts and adorned in tribal bone helms and necklaces rise from these graves. They have long, tangled hair and wild-looking eyes. Some have blight growth fused with their flesh, barky black vines extending from their limbs and covering old wounds. So they're gonna burst out here.
Get it, Taylor!
Man, you really want a new character, huh?
No, Jeb's realizing finally that he's been a burden, and he feels bad he was a burden on Samson when he died, so he's overcompensating to try to be useful.
I hugged the gunpowder keg. So I rolled initiative. I'm gonna beat any.
Everyone?
Well, no, I mean like any ties. So I'm just looking down here. Jeb, roll me dexterity versus druid naturalist.
Dexterity or dex save?
Dexterity because I'm resolving
Yeah,
ties
that's
in
fine.
the
Random
14.
2.
14. So just bear with me. I'm shit. One rises faster. It does.
Well,
Fine. Druid naturalist is on top. We have Aya's mount. Aya on same turn. Naturalist, and that's that.
Brandar needs to. He's got an 18 with a druid.
Cool. Correct.
No, one of the new undead guys.
You know how I don't see the modifier for that? +1. Brandor, do you mind roll me a dex
Yeah, sure.
check versus a 14 to see if you're beating dexterity here?
Nope.
Brandor and then naturalist is on top. Okay, so that'll be that. The first one to go is this body rising from the grave over yonder. Let's see. Bear with me, the character sheets are opening very
Yeah, you're
slowly
fine.
for some reason. Alright. Almost answering the shrieks of the shrieking mushrooms, it rises and long strides in your direction. "40 feet. Yonder. Let's see here. It extends out its arm and you can see a blight kind of growth growing out of it. A thorny whip of vine lashes out. 23 to hit against you, Jeb.
oh yeah, easily.
4 piercing damage as you get pulled in. I believe it's 10 feet toward it. 10 feet closer to it. So you're within range now.
Oh boy.
Okay, that's that. What do we have next? Esmeralda just says, All right, let's do this. And she gets out her crossbow and she leaps over the rocks. I rolled the 100. She leaps over the rocks. It's 10, 5 movement, 15, 5. Over yonder. And she's gonna take the dodge action because she can.
Also, does she have greater invisibility still up?
Ew, it's been a minute.
That. Oh, it's only a minute.
Yeah, it's only
Oh.
Are those greater, not regular?
greater.
Wow. I feel bad that we wasted it.
No, that's Esmeralda's character. She wastes spells. She's very
Headstrong.
headstrong. Yeah, exactly. I'm just looking who's who because I have different tokens because there's so many of them. So okay, so we are over here. Destroying it. Assailant over here is gonna go ahead and break from his ritualistic dance and turn around and bear his spike staff as he runs toward the direction of the shrieking, yelling war cries. The bark feeds the flesh, it says in Druidic. The flesh feeds the bark, rather. So he's gonna make it all the way over here and dash action, I suppose.
Kudos on multiple tokens for, I assume, similar NPCs. That's an extra step.
Yes, it's just I need to do that, otherwise I don't know who's who in the initiative order, and it's...
Well, you can hover over it. Like if you hover over initiative, it like highlights that token.
Yeah, I know. I like it this way better.
That's what I'm saying. Like the extra work is appreciated.
All right. It's also better for you guys to know who I'm talking about, and I mean, like, they're different people, right?
They look cool.
Yeah.
All right. This naturalist here is going to see Esmeralda coming toward it. Esmeralda is committing to the dodge action. Druid naturalist is going to go ahead and open its character sheet ever so slowly.
Yeah.
Okay. You see it bring its hands down toward the earth, and from its body, vines grow out and dig in like roots. And then you can, those of you who watch can see the roots protrude in and out of the ground in a wave, and then launch upwards toward Esmeralda, entangling her in place. It's gonna cast Entangle. I believe Esmeralda has to make a strength saving throw. Now, dodge action does not make your saves any better, right? It just only makes you
They have disadvantage to attack you.
to attack, but not like it saves. Okay.
Only on dex.
So she has advantage on dexterity saves if she's dodging?
Yes.
So she has
Yes.
23. Yeah, that's what I thought. I remember that triggers somewhere.
Yeah, advantage on dexterity saving throws.
So she does not get restrained, but it's difficult terrain. Okay, so it's difficult terrain. Brander, it is your turn.
Brandar is going to run up to here quick because he ain't got a lot of movement. And seeing that one there, he is just going to take 2 repeating shots with his pepper box. So 1. Boom.
Gains. Sorry, I'm still resolving the last turn, so give me 2 seconds. So, yeah. And I'm going to close this. Otherwise, I'm going to have spam on my screen. Who are you shooting with your pepper box as it begins to revolve and you load in bullet?
That one right there.
All right, 23 hits for
8
piercing damage.
And second shot,
You see
13.
the blood that sprays outwards like blackish and very corrupted. 13 does not. It actually ricochets off a stone solid piece of bark on its shoulder and just and then bounces off the rock. You see sparks flying, but nonetheless there's a piercing wound as for a moment it turns its head and you can see like blackish rotten teeth from below the mask sneer at you. All right, that's that.
That'll be the end.
Okay. You hear a guttural as a 10-foot abomination rushes across. You can feel the ground actually thudding as it sprints across the druid circle its tentacle kind of flapping behind it as it is gonna go ahead and eventually open up its character sheet. This century, maybe. It's cool how you can like shift double click on tokens and open the sheets. It's very convenient. 30 feet move. Okay. I'm gonna cyan. If you play League of Legends, I'm gonna cyan Rashi right now, Jeb. I don't know if you ever played League.
What? When I haven't played in years.
Cyan is like a big like orc dude with the furnace in his belly. That's what this guy reminds me of. He's gonna go ahead and dash action towards you, and as he does so, you get to see him like bring his whip of a tentacle forward. But I mean, he can't attack because he uses action to dash. So there's that. None of you guys are close enough for that, so don't worry about that. We have next dash. Where are you at? Somewhere. I'm gonna zoom out because this map is.
The next one's at the fire where the big boy came from.
Oh, you can mouse over in too. Thank you. That helps. Okay. Next one is this one. That is a naturalist. This map is being slow because I have too many tokens on it. I'll have to fix that in the future.
Yeah, that's gonna be depending upon what I do, if that's gonna get noticeably worse. I don't know yet.
So she's gonna go ahead and run behind this tree over yonder, at this position, and as she passes the bonfire, you can see her actually bring her hand into it and then grab a mote of fire out of it. And she collects it in her fist, runs, and then when she stops, she shoots it forward. Is it within range? It's not. It shoots and it just sparks upwards and a little bit too high off Jeb. Nonetheless, you see the trail of fire kind of zoom a little bit higher than your head there. We have... This one's here.
Your technique is lacking, and your fashion is poor.
Where did you get all these balls all of a sudden? It's okay, guys. I'm a tank. I've decided. Alright. Berserker over yonder is going to go ahead and charge up the boulder, and with a jumping leap behind you, landing over yonder, is going to go ahead and reckless attack. So turn Berserker can take advantage on enemy attacks, rolling, but it is, being reckless. So I'm going to put a red for reckless. We have...
I got a fancy coat. Can't hit that fancy coat.
With advantage.
Yeah, he hits the fancy coat twice.
8, 6, 3. So that'll be 8 plus 9, which is 17 slashing damage altogether with his dual axes as he leaps down, just cleaves past you, just raking your back.
I am going to, because this is starting to add up, I'm going to uncanny dodge the 9.
Yep. All the way over yonder, we have movement. And that'll be Keahi next.
Yeah. So, you want me to just go now, or
yeah, go
wait
ahead.
till you
I just had movement. That's it. I had this drew to sound like sprint across,
So,
following the screaming, shrieking mushrooms.
The-
They're still shrieking. I just can't yell because it's getting late.
yeah, the cloak will fall back. The ashen wings will suddenly burst into a flame-like color and now look like they actually do in the picture. And we'll call out Kalama, and the wings will flap once, twice, and this basically this flame that looks very similar to the wings will appear from them, and then technically mechanics wise is going to show up right here, if I remember correctly. That's where I want to place it. Yeah. So mechanics-wise, it's actually showing up there, but flavor-wise, it flaps off of my wings, which stay lit, and then appears there. So everybody within 10 feet of it must make a dexterity saving throw. So that's the just misses Jeb. I could not get the other guy in it.
I can take it. I'm good. I'm dodgy.
Yeah, I can't.
It doesn't get Jeb though. It's not within 10 feet.
Yes, it does not get Jeb.
So, within 10 feet of what? What am I rolling?
Dexterity saving throw against my spell save DC, which is 15.
First, the big guy. 9.
So he will take fire damage to the extent of 2d6. So he will take 5 fire damage from that.
Singed, and the assailant of yonder. Dexterity saving throw.
And we'll just use, unless you want me not to, I'll just use the same roll for that too.
No, reroll it.
Okay.
Different targets take different damage, right?
So he'll take 4 fire damage. So that was my action. My bonus action is going to be to command my wildfire spirit to do some things.
Reroll the 2d6 again. You're damaging a third target.
I'm damaging a third target?
Yeah,
Oh!
The shrooms.
Cool!
There's still shrieking shrooms which are now on fire. 10 damage to the shrooms. Okay, cool. Go ahead with your bonus action.
So bonus action, I'm going to command him to move and then use fiery teleport. So he's going to move to here, which stays inside of everyone's threat range. So I do not leave the threat range of the big guy. And then I will trigger fiery teleport. Give me 1 second and I will display fiery teleport. So, the spirit and each willing creature of your choice within 5 feet of it teleport up to 15 feet to an unoccupied square I can see. Oh, and sorry, I would have flown over to here so I can actually see that stuff. So, Jeb, you are a willing creature within 5 feet of my spirit. You may move to.
Am I though?
Well, you may opt to fly to any square within 15 feet of where it is right now.
Does this count? Do I have to be like here for 10 because vertical, or can I be here?
No, you can be there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the spirit will then it's gonna move to over here, but given that he burst from right here, everyone within 5 feet of that square must succeed a dexterity saving throw DC 15 or take 6 fire damage. So that's, I think, the same, or the big guy and 2 of the little guys. Right, because it was bursting from right here.
Right.
It's a cool ability. So it burst into fire and then burst out of the area, and so like two booms of fire within like a span of 6 seconds.
Yeah. Both fail. Go ahead and roll damage for both the guys.
So it's a D. So it takes 6 and 6 for that guy. The 15 beats, right? Because my DC is only 15.
So 6 for both. Gotcha.
And is that within 5 feet of the mushrooms?
What is?
I think it's in 5 feet. One of them.
Square.
Yeah. So just roll damage because mushrooms don't get dex saves.
Okay.
They're environmental hazards.
They take 7.
Yeah. So this patch of mushrooms over yonder just stops shrieking as they kind of shrivel up and just fall off this wall.
And 1 second. What's my wildfire spirit's movement? It is 30 fly speed.
Damn mushrooms, sus mushrooms. I'm not gonna do anything about it, player. Like,
I'm
just describing flavor, man.
And wildfire spirit will fly up 20 feet with its remaining 20 feet of flying speed.
That shit is It's not OP. It's just like it's a ping pong ball, isn't it?
Oh, and it can do that every single turn for my
Yeah.
bonus. It can do the fiery teleport every turn for my bonus action.
Well, I appreciate you pre-compiling all that shit. All right, I'm assuming that's the end of the turn.
Unfortunately, it is. Although I will say that he is up in the air a little bit.
Just write in text, in white text, how high up in the air you are, as this Druid Naturalist over here just continues chanting as it turns his attention toward the north and begins channeling white beams of energy that turn this verdant green as it runs toward the edge of here and begins opening its cheat. What can I do?
They're wizards.
Cool. Old faithful. Moonbeam just bursts down upon Jeb. Jeb, I believe it is a Constitution saving throw, DC 12 for you.
Constitution.
As you get hit by the sacred lunar flare.
15, surprisingly.
So I believe that is half damage. Can you show me the spell?
For Moonbeam, yeah, it's
half damage. So half of, I believe it's 6. Yes, 6. Radiant.
So 6? Okay.
It maintains concentration on that spell. Jeb, it is your turn.
Jeb is going to movement, just step out of the way. He's going to use his action to cast Fairy Fire.
Also,
oh, sorry.
When a creature enters the spell's area for the first time on a turn, meaning Druid's turns,
just now, yeah.
Or when it starts its turn there, you start your turn within the ghostly flames. You take another instance of that.
Yep.
Roll me another Constitution saving throw. That sucks, man. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
So that's natural 20. You take half of 2d10. That'll be 4 additional radiant damage, but you step out of the flames.
This is Jeb's Blaze of Glory right here. These 4 guys, he's gonna cast Fairy Fire on them. It's a 20-foot cube, so you can get all 4 of them without getting anyone else in. So all of them make me a dex save at Brandar's spell save DC.
That would be 14.
Can you cast a spell to the chat, please?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks. Fairy Fire. Now, choose a color. Do you want blue, green, or purple?
The same blue as his coat.
Same blue as your coat. Alright. And it's like about, over here.
Yep,
I
that
believe
navy
that's-
blue.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's advantage against all those targets if they fail.
If they fail, yes. And then it's a quick flash, and then they're just illuminated afterwards, so it doesn't like linger.
I'm just measuring distance. Cool. Alright.
So yeah, Jeb is going to use the rest of his movement to step out, get close to this person, just to get a dodge over there, and then when he gets over here, he's gonna cast the dodge action, or take the dodge action with cutting action.
Dodging.
Actually, no, fuck that. He's going to give Esmeralda the help action to help get out of whatever mesh he's in.
not actually
I believe she
entangled.
dodged
He avoided
entanglement, so she's just in difficult
avoided
terrain
it.
currently. Are you sure?
No, so then
she
he'll
began to they began to entangle her roots, and she just took her enchanted axe and just slashed that real quick and gave the Druid Naturalist a smirk as if you're not getting me that easily. So she's fine.
Oh, then he's going to rogue-splain to her and says, get off your ass and kill something, unless you want me to win. Just covering his fear
It's
with
still
just,
0-0.
braggadocio.
Yeah. So I'm still rolling the 30 saves for the silence here. So because the Giant Abomination failed, 10-12 against DC 14 fails as well, and then Berserker over yonder. Dexterity. 14. He
3 out of 4 ain't bad.
Yep, 3 out of 4 ain't bad at all. So this fire. I believe you're concentrating on a spell too. Very far as a concentration.
Yeah, it's just concentration.
Very
1
far.
minute.
I'm gonna put a little blue icon on you for concentration.
We use blue for concentration. Okay.
I mean, no, I don't
the
care.
flag for
I'm just using blue for fair fire because it's just mental. I remember it.
Okay.
Aya and your mount are next in turn order.
Sure. I'll run here. You say the wall is 10 feet tall. I cannot
Yeah,
see it.
it's quite a climb.
Yeah, I'll run that to that position and take the dodge action, and I'm gonna cast Shield of Faith on myself.
Shield of Fate.
Yeah, so rocks turning around me. And my mount is here taking the dodge action too. And that's the turn.
Two naturalists. Yeah. Wow, we're not even like through like one round yet.
Yeah,
It's gonna
no.
be a bit.
All right.
I
This is
grossly
gonna be a
overestimated.
slog.
I mean,
I like it. I wish I could do more.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
I love fights with lots of minions. I
Yeah.
feel like in
Yeah.
D&D we don't get enough like minion fights.
they're all bosses. Like you.
Yeah.
All right. So naturalists.
I'm debating if I'm gonna make it even worse on my turn.
You're gonna what?
I'm just
I'm gonna
measuring
make it
distance.
worse on my turn.
For them, I hope.
Yeah. Okay. So.
Oh no,
that's-
for your computers.
Dash action, and is it the naturalist or the silence? It is. Okay.
Are you gonna
Dash action.
summon 10 camels?
Can't summon 10, but that's
Those
one of
good.
my
Nadia,
my
it's your
plan.
turn, even though my roll 20 crashed.
I can wait for you because I gotta do some
No,
stuff.
It's. Oh, does anybody have turn order?
Yes.
I do.
Yeah.
Make a snapshot if you can. I just lost mine.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Thanks. This is very annoying.
You
Okay.
lost yours?
My turn order is blank.
They got one.
Okay, it's gonna be posted in
Oh, there
general.
it is. It's just loading. All good. Okay, good. Thanks.
Yeah, roll,
for the-
roll 20 saves turn order natively.
well, I
so
mean,
you should never,
you say
should never
that.
lose it.
You say that.
No,
You-
if,
you
if
say
we
this.
see it, if we see it, you shouldn't lose it.
Okay.
If we don't see it and you
Yeah.
lose it, you might lose it.
You say that. Okay. Nadia.
Okay, so let me move. Actually, hold on. If I want to go up that hill, do I have to add an extra like 10 feet?
Up the rock face.
Yeah, because if I'm here, I have
You can
35
find a
movement
place where it's only
total.
5 feet high, but you'll have to climb that 5 feet.
Okay, so that would actually put me there, because if I use that 5 feet, I have
Mhm.
35 movement. Okay. Bruh. Fuck yeah. Okay. Let's get sassy. I go there.
All right. So you begin your climb. Uno momento, por favor.
So I begin to climb. I use my vampiric abilities to just allow me to scale the wall with like such ease and grace.
And as you as you land on the ground, you hear the rumble of the storm above you, and then you see a lightning just barely graze you, and then strike where you were like 2 seconds before.
I remember this last time.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I've gotten a little bit stronger, and so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna blast some motherfuckers with a level 4 fireball. And I will use a fucking point, sorcery point, to transmute it into a lightning ball. Let me link this motherfucker here.
Firing at which target?
So I'm going to cover this entire area here, so it's everything within a 20.
Nice.
So I get basically all these people. And it's a big old lightning ball.
Does that catch my spirit?
It does. I don't know how it works.
Well, if you're 20 feet in the air from the top of that cliff, aren't you like 40 feet in the air or 30 feet in the air?
They're about
I'll
25.
point
maybe.
there.
I don't know. The other one I was going to say is unless you need the lightning, they're immune to fire. They are literally living fire. It's amazing.
Actually, let's put it here then. This covers everything right here, and it does not get your spirit.
Fair enough.
So on the back left corner of square of that guy, it'll be a lightning ball.
Big old fella. He's big. He's fast, but he's not very dodgy. He's gonna go ahead and get hit by full brunt of that. That's 26 lightning damage. All right.
Sorry, is it able to, if I empower it too, to re-roll those 3 ones?
You tell me.
Yeah, I can
You know
spend
your
the
class, yeah.
empower. Yeah, empower lets you. I just wanted to make
Yeah.
sure. So I'll send another sorcery point, and I'll just re-roll those 3. / roll 3d6. Wow, fuck.
Well, that's
That sucked.
better one.
So what's my
Still
number?
better.
26, 27.
It'll be 29.
29.
Yeah, 29. Yeah, 29 total
Big
for
guy gets
anyone.
hit by Browner. You can see his muscles spaz as they contract with a lightning energy. The 2 assailants will have to roll as well. 30 saving throws to dodge it. The first closest one and the one behind it. 17, 19 save both. Half of 29 is 14. Oh, math hurts brain. All right. This assailant here that rose from ground is bloodied, and this one is, what did I say? It was 14?
14.
Also bloodied. And then you have the berserker over here. He is reckless, I believe. Does that affect his dexterity syndrome?
Not unless he has
Can't
danger.
do
sense.
No.
attack rolls against it. Okay, so just case normal dexterity save off 12. I believe that fits. So he gets a full brunt of your.
Yeah.
That'll be 26, 9. Wow, my good. Sprayed. Got it. Right. Okay.
And Mr. Moss.
And mushrooms too. Doesn't matter. They don't roll. And yeah, you decimate them. The shrieks stop. All right.
And then, as that will be my turn.
Okay. They're all covering in the backlines.
Yeah, be for frontliner.
Yeah, you'd think. You hear an odd sound coming from somewhere above. Not the thunder, not the lightning, but a weird coming from like the top of the trees, from canopies. Those of you who can squint see, hidden amid the branches of a nearby dead tree over yonder is this fungal blight creature. It's perched high enough to provide overwatch over the entire druid circle, but it was just lying dormant against the tree's trunk, almost fused to it. But now it's like it opens its pale eyes, alarmed at the sound of combat throughout, and it rouses, and you can see it raises its hand, and it begins to bloat up like a bubble, and the skin becomes like thin and becomes from opaque to this translucent, and this ball of pus forms, and it just tosses it, disattaches a part of itself as this pod sails through the air. It's gonna be a disadvantage at long range at
Shit.
who's flying? We have you 20
Kayaki
feet,
and
then you.
it's just my wildfire spirit.
Is Nadia
Mama
flying
and
for some
No.
reason? Okay.
I can't fly.
I don't know. Yeah, I heard you were like up in the air for some reason, so I was confused.
I don't know.
I'm gonna toss it at Geahi. So, at disadvantage, 120 feet. 9 to hit. It sails past you,
that misses.
and you see it like. I'm gonna move this. 1G. Let's do 10. That's a pretty large arc. Okay, so it's gonna land like about 30 feet behind you, and where it impacts on the earth, it rolls down the hill a little bit, and the pod explodes outwards, and you can see this like yellowish fume like burst outwards, and these little specks become airborne and kind of hover for a little bit in that spot, about 30 feet behind you. Wherever like it touches the grass, you can need to see the grass wither slowly, getting covered in this like lichen-like mold covering.
So
That
the
came
guy...
from this tree over yonder, and I'm just gonna reveal his token identifier. He's no longer stealthed. There he is. Ugh. Just has like a face, doesn't it? Just like the ugh.
Yeah.
He ugly.
All
Hey,
right.
real
Looks
quick,
like
did
something
you
in the back.
roll for this druid here?
I did. She moved.
You did? Okay.
Like from across fucking the map. Yeah.
No, I'm saying, did you roll damage for her when I threw my lightning ball?
No, I didn't, because I didn't realize she was hit by it. So let's
It's
do.
20 feet, yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Good thing that you mentioned it. It's dexterity then.
Yes.
It was 29 damage or halved. 15.
She needed a
saves.
16.
Fail.
She fails.
fails,
That's
so-
26.
29, you mean? 'Cause you
Or 29, yes,
maxed
yes.
Math. 9. Okay. Wait. Quick maths.
If you're tracking
She
health
is
in
bloody.
the token icon, you can just do minus number and hit enter, and it'll do it on the token itself. If you have the health number on the token itself, you can click on that, just do minus the number, and it does.
You
the
tell
math
me
for
that session 26. Bruh.
I thought you knew this. You
No.
knew.
You've been manually
I've been,
mathing
I've
all
been
the
manually
HP this
mathing for
entire-
26 sessions. You tell me this now?
Oh God. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought this was known.
It is known. Alright.
No, now.
We're gonna get through 10 rounds of initiative like that much faster now.
A little bit. First, I must decide what I want to do. What is range? Out of range. I'm a 60 boy. Alright. We all know that everybody in D&D can measure distance by heart. Yeah, I'm gonna move this guy. He's actually okay. So this chitinous creature opens up its wings like a grasshopper and begins to, with a loud buzz, flutter rapidly as it rises 40 feet up in the air and then like 40 feet forward. It's like here and 40 feet up.
Oh, it's up.
Yeah, it's up. I'm gonna go ahead and mark it right after its turn's done. Range of anything? 65. 70. He is not within range. He's gonna stay there for now. You need him to start chanting and charging up a spell. I wish that you could like double click on initiative. I'm gonna remove these two guys. It's too many people. They're not here. Like this. It's too much. Double it around. Otherwise it's gonna be like forever.
They die.
Well, I mean like there's more. I don't need 2 blights. All right. These assailants still shaking off the lightning ball. They just see if they can go ahead and charge. Nearby target. Yonder. Assailant. Where are you? Okay. He's gonna go ahead and thorn whip you. I hate trying to like pull you down from where you are at. 20 to hit. Hits for 4 piercing damage and pulls you down 10 feet and like closer to it. So it's gonna be 10 feet down and 10 feet toward it.
Okay, so there, and I am now only 10 feet in the air.
Right. Just trying to pull you out of the sky. With that being said, it's Esmeralda's turn. No longer dodging. She's gonna go ahead and maneuver through the difficult terrain and
advantage on her first attack.
Advantage on her first attack. Thank you so much. Esmeralda makes 3 attacks, 2 with her +1 rapier and 1 with her +1 hand axe. First one is a advantage, 17, and then so 2, and then 1. Versus this poor fella here with let me see, 6, 7, 7, 14. Okay. Damage done. 3 quick strikes versus this one. And she assumes a defensive stance as this druid over yonder takes its turn. It's gonna thorn whip you, Gahi, trying to pull you even further down, 18 to hit.
That'll hit.
5 piercing damage. And it's gonna be... It's gonna cast Healing Word on its partner over here, trying to heal up its wounds.
Technically, I should be doing this and rolling concentration checks because I technically... Okay, cool. So people no longer have Pass Without a Trace.
Oh no!
Well, I was
Be sure
being
to
sneaky.
pass without a trace, like, as soon as you enter combat, dispels.
No, it's concentration.
Oh, alright, well, weird.
It's an hour-long concentration.
Let's just take this.
It's just that hiding becomes substantially more difficult if you are
Well, bet.
in combat. And I'm
For
assuming
yourself.
that pull now means that I'm on the ground, actually, because I was up 10 feet from Thornwork.
Yes, and I think you will be like on top of it, something like that.
Jeb and Esmeralda, as the druid before you again slams ground, the tangles shrink away and reappear below your feet. This time, spikes up, thrusting into your feet. The ground in a 20-foot radius centered on the point twists and sprouts hard spikes and thorns. The ground becomes difficult terrain. Movement is painful. Doesn't deal damage right away. Oh well.
Correct. It does no damage unless they move.
I'm gonna spawn it like... Fuck it. Yeah.
Oh, it's a 20-foot radius. It's twice that size.
Oh boy. That you're correct. So I'm gonna delete this. I'm gonna bring in the big guys. Oh, that's match.
That fucks over other people. we should antagonize the big guy and have him just kill himself walking through.
Ooh. Map. Let's go.
Fuck.
Yeah. The thing that works with
And
this is
finally,
the one-way.
Brandar, if you're still awake.
Yes, I am. Blandar's gonna move here, so he's just getting 25 feet.
I love combat with a lot of people, but oh my god.
Okay, and then what he's gonna do is he's gonna raise his hand, and I'm gonna cast Shatter. So we'll hit. I think it,
Concentrates into a point like...
what? So everything within 10 feet will be there, and the sky.
So starting with the most abominable and largest of them all, the Abomination, who... Is he in the initiative roll? It's literally how long the fucking initiative is. They're
Yes,
dying
he's
before they get a
next.
turn.
Ooh, that's a good one.
That's Constitution. Ooh, that's
Ooh, that is a very good one.
20.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Half on
At
Shatter?
least.
Yeah, it'd be half. Half.
Yeah, it's half on Shatter. I can't actually display the spell, but
Fine. A sudden, loud ringing noise as it bursts, painfully intense, erupts at the point of your choice. Is your ruled damage? 21. Damn.
21. Yeah, you just kind of see him doing like the iron, the Thanos snap with the iron glove.
All right. And then, well, this even if you save this half damage, lethal. You see his bone mask shatter and like literally blood sprout of his eye sockets and nose and every orifice as he just gets blasted by the shockwave and lands face first in the dirt, dead. So this one, gonna go ahead and remove him from initiative. Then we have the Berserker too, right?
Yeah, it's so basically everything.
I'm
10.
Just doing them one at a time, man.
Yeah, it's all. Yeah, Berserker. That's
5,
a fail.
Fail. 21. Ooh, juicy. So he's bloodied. Again, like, he doesn't wear armor, but like it just passes by him, and you can see blood come out of his ears as he tries to shake it off, and he just just because of rage, it just snares you and begins to charge in your direction on his turn. That's aggro. And then we have the Druid Assailant too. That's without range?
Yeah. Yep, that's within range 10.
Assailant. Constitution. 11.
That's a fail.
That shatters. The shrapnel from the last guy just launches into him and pierces him into him. And he falls to the ground, dead as well. Oof. Shatter's such a good spell. So many jail cells broken. Who else? That's it?
The third big guy. Oh wait, we did him, did you?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
He's beginning to like get dazed a little bit, smashing his tentacle on the ground angrily as it lashes, almost like it has a mind of its own before it assumes control of it again. And
just as they two practically explode, Jeb, all you'll hear is, "That's 2!"
Just counting. Alright. Neato. So this abomination is gonna charge and it's gonna leap past these two over yonder. Taking its arm with it, not forgetting it behind. Actually it's gonna turn it around. And it's gonna lash out at the guy who just fucking blasted it. It's aggro. So we have abomination.
Miss.
22.
Oh no, wait, 20. That's a hit. Sorry, I misread.
I was like, how?
No, I misread the thing.
So you suffer 8 bludgeoning damage as it grapples you with an escape DC of 14.
Okay.
And I made this monster way too weak, actually counting wise. Fucked up, but I'm gonna own it. You're still concentrating on fairy fire, so this thing is still glowing like blue and shit.
Yep.
So you're grappled. We have sneak attack. Remove this, please. Another common flesh creature over yonder. From up the branches, about 20 feet up, leaps down onto. Well, I mean, I guess Esmeralda is the closest, so it's gonna go ahead and leap down.
And he will take 2d4 damage running into the spike
He's
rope.
not very intelligent, so he's gonna do that.
Thorny. I appreciate the name.
And it takes 4 damage from leaping down. It's like just leaps down, gets thorned up, but and you know, Jeb, you see it clamp down on Esmeralda's non-prosthetic leg with a painful crunch. Next, naturalist who's actually not dead over yonder. 1, 2, 30. Range. Up. Yes. Concentration. Beam. Copy. Paste. Aya and Brandar. A Constitution saving throw, please. As the silvery beam of pale light shines down from clouds above. So you save against it. You take 9 rating as A as well. 11 Constitution saving throw. That fails. For a total of 18 rating damage against Aya.
Samson, where are you?
Berserker is going to run atop the corpses toward you, Brandar. You taunted him. Now you received a taunt out of it. Reckless.
Hey, you really needed to move 5 more feet forwards. 5 more feet forwards would have been really
The first one hits.
7 slashing damage. Alright. Another Salem that's undead. From downtown. Like, this one is still this one is like turn 2 still running.
God, he's all the way on the other side.
Still running. Okay, so dash action over there. Kahi, it is your turn.
Okay. I'm going to apologize in advance. This is going to be very, very fun.
This is gonna be like your second turn this round.
So guy's gonna fly 20 feet down and into that spot right there. Bonus action, fiery teleport. So important question. That tentacle thing, does that count as the guy? Right, it damages everyone, each creature within 5 feet of it who hasn't left.
No, it doesn't count as a guy. It counts as appendage. It doesn't count because direct damage to it.
So just the Zerker needs to make a DC 15 dexterity saving throw. Brander, you may teleport to any square within 15 feet of you. Same with Yahi. And...
But does he remain grappled?
I mean, technically it's a teleportation, so he just disappear.
Yeah.
Can you misty step out of a grapple?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah. So, both of us will be going this way, and we'll be going back up. So, and then we're going to use remaining. So this is going to put my spirit at 25, and myself at I'm going to teleport here and be 15 feet up, and I'm going to fly up another 30. So that's going to put me at 45 in the air.
Just try and be smart with this, because I don't want to be in the firing line of every fucking gun that's running here.
and that was just my bonus action.
45 in the air, you said?
Because it's 15.
Finish the turn. I'll get there.
15 from the teleport, and then 30 feet fly up.
Okay.
Now, my action is going to be to cast Conjure Animals at 3rd level.
Oh man.
I would like to summon 8 CR4 monsters. In particular, I would like giant owls.
Oh,
because we are going to be doing a chain attack on the flying guy.
Yeah, Brandar would have moved there with the teleport.
So, we're targeting 60 feet above the big...
You have the tokens.
Yep, I'm doing this. Don't worry, the attack is not going to be nearly as painful as you think it is. That's 6.
That should be a swarm. Should be a 1 token.
8. Okay, so there are these guys. They are basically going to be arranged around this guy in the air. And they are going to be up. So their fly speed is 60, so they're going to be up in the air 60 feet for this. And they're basically all going to fly across him, doing flyby attacks.
So
For some reason, I'm just hearing Fight the Valkyries.
So they have plus
Okay, yeah.
3s to hits. Their total damage dice on a hit is 2. Their type of die is d6. And they have a bonus.
You're using
1.
mob rules?
I'm doing that.
You hit him.
Because I wrote the macro to do that.
Like,
Oh,
give me a number. I don't.
Wait, what's the AC? What's his AC?
18.
18.
so that
mess
is 1, 2, 3, 4 hits on him. First one deals 12. Second one deals 9. Third one deals 10. And fourth one deals
40 damage.
40 damage, all slashing.
Guys, let's go, Kong. He can do it
One
by
of them
himself.
a critical?
Do they have
And
pack
Sam got a
tactics?
crit.
Yes, one of them is a crit.
Give me a number, man.
But they. So that means I need to roll damage a second time because it didn't actually do damage, really? Really? I thought I had it calculated to do damage, so. Or to do crits. So, another 8, so 48 total damage.
Please hold.
Jesus.
We just see.
Is he like surrounded in a wall of birds so we can't target the rest of us? It's just like a
No,
dark.
the birds are right now hanging out at. Actually, they're probably gonna. I'm gonna have them
What's the
stay
number
at
again?
40.
48, you said?
48.
Okay.
48 slashing damage. And the birds are gonna stay at. They started at 60 and swooped down and are now at 40 on him.
Okay.
All right, 40, same height as him.
So you just turned Samson, the character, and turned your healing into DPS.
I wanted animals, companions. They're fun.
They sure are.
Oh, you
So,
took my job, man.
spawning in the swarm, lacerates me, you can hear the chitter as this insect creature screeches in a way that only a bot creature can. As it gets swarmed, you can see a bits of wing get torn out as it struggles to maintain itself airborne. Until, and I rolled for this. I rolled against him. I rolled against Kiahi. Both of you succeeded. The owls didn't. The owls rolled under 10%. You see the swarm become a ball, and then something green glows from within, pulsates outwards, and you can see the clouds ebb and react, and then concentrate in a spot, and there's an electric burst of lightning that hits. Do you want me to roll a chance for each owl, or hit all of them and divide the damage? How do you want to do this?
Hit all of them, divide the damage.
Cool.
It's easier. Unless you have a macro that will auto run them.
No.
That's the only reason I was willing to do the
don't
attack
have
rolls is that I have that macro set up to auto do that.
Wait,
Around.
the bug guy's casting a spell?
He's not
No,
casting a spell. They're
I didn't
higher
realize-
than the stone walls, which gets constantly hit by lightning. So by logic, any flying creature, I'm gonna roll the same chance.
Yeah.
Because that's how electricity and lightning work. I'm just looking up what's the actual damage because I'm surprised I don't have it. Yester Hill.
I remember it being fairly bad.
Yeah, no, it's terrible. It's a very low chance of happening, but it's terrible. That's lightning for you.
Yeah.
Druid Circle. There it is. 8 to 10.
So if dividing across, we're going to be okay. We're going to have. So your call. Do you want it to be just chain into each one and do damage to take it out and then move on, or you want me to
I'm
split
gonna do
it
that.
evenly?
So it's gonna take
Okay.
out 2 of them and then cause.
Yeah, two, and then
Yeah.
another one gets a little bit more. So that's. So I would take
So
7.
if we roll
7
for each one and possibly taking out more, that's just fair. I'm gonna treat them as a swarm.
Yeah.
Cool. Is that the end of your turn, Mr. I caused a fucking fireball amount of damage with birds?
Yes.
Cool.
Bird
I think
ball.
technically speaking, it's supposed to be I just
right, Raw, I pick the number and the challenge rating, and then you pick the creatures, but that becomes incredibly tedious.
Yeah,
Because
no,
we have
I
eight,
let
possibly
players
eight
play
different
their
birds.
characters. I don't.
Yeah.
So, Jeb, the moonbeam moves as it scaves the ground. It moves atop of you, singeing you once more. I'm gonna go ahead and cast a spell. That's a natural spell. It's a naturalist. It's gonna be moonbeam. Second level. Constitution saving throw versus DC. You succeed, taking half. That's 9 damage.
Oof.
Oof, indeed. You also roll to maintain your concentration on whatever it is you're concentrating on. Still.
Surprisingly, still up.
Cool. So, that being said,
I take it
turn.
again.
Yeah.
Well, roll of damage first because I succeed, but I might go down.
Why did I just close it? I knew you're going next. I knew that. That's why.
2d10.
Moonbeam nasty. 17. So success
17.
would be
Is that 8?
8.
I'm down.
Oh.
I had 7 HP left.
Okay.
If you are no, death saves are on the beginning of your next turn. Okay. Sucks. Okay. We have Aya's mount.
So I have to roll Constitution, right? For
yes,
Moonbeam.
yes, correct. For Moonbeam, yeah.
And half damage.
Rolling.
So did Jeb get hit twice by Moonbeam there?
Yeah, he got. Wait, hold on. It's
Because it's once per round on enter, I think. Otherwise, or once per turn on enter, not being in. So it's when you transition between on a turn.
when a creature enters the spells for the first area on a turn, or starts its turn there.
Yeah. So that means you're
Well, one or the other.
no. It's we're running it as both, but
We had
I
this,
took,
On
I
enter
took,
is a
I took damage
transition of
twice at the
state.
beginning.
yeah, we had this discussion before, and I think we agreed to run it as Strahd.
Yeah, because I think when you guys were doing it, you dinged
Yeah.
the bad guys twice.
yeah, right. But on the turn on enter, if we brought it over, right? If you were sitting in it and you never, right? If you stayed in and didn't move that turn, I thought you only got it once. I thought you only got the on enter if either it moved into you or you moved into it. But
Oh yeah, I got dinged from spawn and starting. It moved into me. Do I get it dinged when I start?
yes, yeah, you would. Okay, I didn't realize the moonbeam moved over into you. I thought you were already in it, and we'd done that. Well,
at the beginning it
before my
was,
turn.
and then it moved over to me. I got dinged, and at the beginning of my turn, I started my turn there, so I got dinged. Because it's
Yeah,
to start
okay.
your turn, not
It's
end your
essentially
turn.
a fucking looking glass.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yep. Okay.
You
I
missed
just
one of
missed
the
it.
owls.
I was busy thinking about the owls.
It sucks because he's right after the druid. That's why it sucks so much. He doesn't have opportunity to have anybody push him out and save
Yeah.
him from starting his turn there. It's because he
I was
starts right
also-
after it. It's like this fucking spell is literally. This
I
is the
was
best
gonna
case
run
scenario
away
for it.
until. I'll tell you, as DM, you did a good tactics because I was gonna run away, and then you put thorns everywhere, so I couldn't run away.
You,
Yeah.
the rogue, became the tank. Just you triggered
Everyone
an alarm. You're like,
turtled.
oh,
Everyone turtled.
this is
You didn't give me a chance. You bullied.
Oh. I
You pulled a
bolted because you
Samson.
guys were turtling.
this is
And I got-
Samson last time. This is Samson all over again.
I got goaded by Esmeralda. I got
Yeah,
goaded by
you sure
Esmeralda.
did.
Yeah, your ego got to
This is
you.
gonna be fun.
Esmeralda stands there with 82
gonna be
HP
fun.
and like 18 dexterity. She doesn't care. Like,
She has more than
This is
double
gonna
my
be
HP.
fun.
yeah.
Okay, I'm
Guys,
gonna feed the baby. I'll make death saves.
yeah, and
Cool.
I have to leave it here, really. Like,
Yeah,
Ah,
you're.
Yeah.
I feel ya. So I'm gonna go ahead and take a snapshot of the initiative. order just in case something happens to it by next week. This was really fun. I get it if you're tired.
Yeah.
We've been at it for, like,
This is a great place to end the session. So again, if anything happens, if you want to finish initiative, let me know. I'm just gonna be in the other room. I just can't be at my computer because the baby's crying.
I'm half tempted to be like, Jeb, roll a new character.
Yeah,
Because
prepare a new character.
Because not only are you down, but coming up in initiative is a naturalist, which will not be like, oh, there's an unconscious body beside me, or there's a fucking warrior who strikes me 3 times. I'm gonna go for the unconscious body, you know?
Yeah.
So
The only counter I would give to that is assuming that Jeb survives to Kayaki's turn. Jeb is. I have a solution to get him out.
Here is the terrible
But that's
thing.
a big assumption.
Even if Jeb rolls good death saves, every time he's moved across the thorns, he gets damaged. For a failed save.
You're making dangerous assumptions about movement. This is Kayaki.
I have a new character concept. I talked about it with Tom. I'm happy to roll a new character, but I want to see if I survive as well.
But you just started your arc, your redemption. Like, I'm sorry, I fucked up, guys. I'm gonna stop being selfish a little bit. You just got your hands on the fucking Tom shot. You just got the Darkon arc, and you're gonna just people die before they can even like do their arcs because like Curse of Strahd is fucking lethal.
No, it's Curse of Strahd, but this is proof though. Like on the other end, when the lesson he learns when he becomes a ghost is, man, I should have been selfish. Fuck those guys.
Also, this is Curse of Strahd. I can easily give you the same ultimatum I gave Samson the first time, where like death is not the end, but there's a price, because that's kind of an angle of Curse of Strahd. We'll see how this goes, though.
We'll see how it goes. I'm open to choices. I'm happy to roll a new character. I'm happy to keep playing Jeb. I'm just having fun. Period.
Right. Oh my god.
He can come back, but he loses all his good looks.
I don't even think Jeb was all that handsome. He's just like, he's an average looking guy, just in expensive clothes. He's that guy.
Alright, he comes back, but he's reborn as poor.
That's a disappointing healthy location.
Wow, I would love that, honestly.
You are in a very ugly position, Jeb.
Yeah.
Hey, he was trying to prove himself. He's not.
Yep.
This is also going to be a learning experience for him.
I'm invincible. Famous last
Yeah.
words.
He's overcompensating. He needs to atone for the shit that he did. He feels bad. He felt shame. He's overcompensating. Jeb doesn't do anything in small measures.
I think Esmeralda rubbed his ego a little bit, and that's what.
You have to understand, Esmeralda is like headstrong because she can afford to be. I play her headstrong because I know she's like a monster hunter who like will survive like fucking anything almost. Yo, I bet you guys didn't like imagine you guys coming back to Yester Hill now with this fucking bad background again.
Jeb has 8 wisdom. He's like, oh, she fights like I do. I should fight like her.
I think Jeb's biggest folly is that he wasn't in Yester Hill before, so he wouldn't fight a tree blight, so he just doesn't know. Like he's like, it's fine. Yeah. It's just mushrooms. There's nothing wrong about them. We're in the birthplace of blights, but there's nothing wrong with mushrooms on the wall.
Yeah.
He's around Blossom. Blossom's pretty friendly, so.
Oh, damn! But that's gonna be.
Do yourself a favor. Don't try and hug one.
It'll be fun. It'll be fun. I've got options to potentially save you. I just need you to not die until my turn. Hopefully you can handle that. Right, Jeb?
I can. I've abdicated all responsibility because I'm unconscious now. The die want I have nothing to do, so I'm abdicating all responsibility.
I mean, if I can.
Barely 2 rounds. I'm amazed. Just fucking 12 seconds later.
Yeah. It's gonna be real fun if I get to save you, because
it's amazing to me how
will be
fast people
burning
die
alive
in D&D if you think about it. It's like 18 seconds ago, we were just talking. We were just talking about what we're gonna do. 18 seconds later, he's not breathing.
I mean, it makes some sense if you look at actual
What is this,
combat.
Normandy?
Most things are
Like,
resolved.
Hey, would you like to check out yes, yes, yes,
Yeah.
no?
Sorry. TV suddenly turned itself on.
It makes some sense because in terms of actual fighting, most of it's either waiting or short, very, very, very short bursts of action where things go horribly wrong immediately.
Well, guys, I'm gonna leave you.
Yeah, I gotta go too.
Yeah, I should really go because I have to get up early.
Yeah, have a good night, folks.
Yep.
You too.
Have a good
Yeah.
one.
All right.
Thank you, Tom.
Hopefully we get a miracle next week. Take care, guys.
Give me a new character sheet, and I'll talk to you about a concept just so I have one ready to go in case.
in case, I guess, right? We're gonna be through so many parties by the end of this. I'm gonna go ahead and spawn one. It's gonna be in your control. You can do whatever you want with it.
Like, I don't want to die, but there's only so much Strahd can do to bring back if there's just like he's just a pincushion.
Not just.
Yeah.
You think Strahd brought Samson back?
Yeah.
I assumed, or whoever.
So
That's
just to
the
tell you,
assumption you made.
if it gets to my turn and I can get my Wildfire Spirit to you, I can save you. My Wildfire Spirit can fly to you. I'm within range.
There's
What's
a
the-
lot of big ifs.
What's the time limit for Revivify?
A minute.
1 minute.
1 minute? I mean, Jeb's dead.
I mean,
yeah, Jeb's dead.
I don't have. Yes.
Yeah, you don't have diamonds.
I don't have diamonds.
I was like, if you can like go in debt and like.
I actually had a plan. If I survived literally this attack, it was like in the realm of like swinging dice. I was gonna stab this guy.
I'm pretty sure that's how Moonbeam works because I remember we had this debate before. Like it's the ore condition and the phrasing of it makes it seem. It seems broken when you're right after it, like when it's literally like that.
Yeah,
I've seen it played both ways. It's DM's call.
Yeah.
I'm not unhappy with how things went. But it's a DM's call. I've seen tables play it both ways.
Yeah, I think the one that I was thinking of, and it was entirely because I was focused on making sure that the owls were nice and quick, was that Jeb had that you had moved it in initially, and then Jeb had never left it, and so he stayed in it, and so the enter. Right, he had been hit initially when you first cast the Moonbeam with enter, and then his turn starting in it, and I thought he never left it, and so he would not have gotten hit by another enter, but he would have gotten the start.
Correct. If that was the case, that would be correct. But no, it's hit.
Yeah.
It's one of the spells where like it's the same thing with wall fire and all those other spells where like you just need to like get your teammate out. Like that's new priority because otherwise it's just free damage.
It needs to be gotten out. Ultimately, I did not have a good option at that time to get people out.
The fucking abomination.
My goal, I was right there. I was going to steady aim stab the guy, and then like run away. Like I was right there, and then he was gonna take a moment to collect himself.
Well, I don't know. You're playing a rogue mastermind, and like you're going to the front lines, and I'm like, I'm sitting here like round one, like that's like 4 people on you in the first round.
Well, again, it's part of the arc, right? He's overcompensating and trying to be helpful, and like he's telling Aya to go front. No, he's gonna lead from the front. Fuck this. Clearly stupid, but like Jeb doesn't make wise choices. He makes character choices.
Jeb should
He's just making foolish choices.
Lap. Just stayed armored.
I'm just mad that the fairy fire didn't do anything.
It did.
I risked a lot to get fairy fire going, and it didn't come into play once.
What do you mean?
Oh God!
No, it's still in play. Oh no, wait, so you play now.
Oh God! I never attacked. Everything was saving throws.
Yikes! Well,
I did everything for the fairy
tell
fire.
my story.
And it never once.
Glitter bomb.
Yeah. I mean, against this.
No, but it was just unlucky that they all bundled up, and then that was the point to use those sorry spells. That was the unlucky part.
It made perfect sense. It made perfect sense. Jeb, this entire battle, Jeb was going to be quote unquote useful.
Yeah.
You know what? It could have been worse. You could have stuck to your original plan of like, let's pincer maneuver. I'm like, let's not. Let's not.
Yeah.
It took me 2 rounds to run a druid across the map. Like, let's not pincer maneuver.
Yeah. Kiahi might have been able to pull off being a pincer.
Yeah. There's no
if only
benefit to
because
pincer maneuver because if you think about it, there's no benefit to attacking from behind a creature. There's no roll
The
in
area's
face.
the area's too wide for
Yeah.
a pincer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could have.
Yeah,
you guys could have
the
like
only reason-
snuck too. Like I had like a pathway for like you guys asked me like, is this area lower? Is this stuff? You could have like snuck around the ring or like through. You could have like shot the mushrooms or something. Like I had everything planned, and you guys are like, I run around a rock and I run in the center of the field. I'm like,
I mean,
toss these.
you had the rogue who has the worst perception in the group, who doesn't notice fucking anything.
What's your passive perception? 9. I'm like, you don't even notice a pygmy who's like Vietnam snipering like on the tree now.
Yeah.
I got goaded.
Yeah.
Cute girl, but goaded me.
Yeah.
Here's my question, real quick before I leave. If there is such a thing as passive wisdom and passive perception, yada yada, is there such a thing as passive dexterity, therefore passive stealth?
No.
I
don't think there's any rules. There's
I
probably homebrew
don't
rules
run
out there,
that
but
I run passive perception as is, just because it's like what you notice without looking. But when it comes to passive skill checks, I make like when it becomes like an active thing you're doing, you roll.
You don't
that's like the
24/7 try
like,
to be stealthy. You're correct. Yeah.
So I would have to assume that there's some class thing for that, at least on terms of quiet, because that seems like something that it would be. Because I certainly know people have very different footfall patterns, and some people are very quiet on their feet, just normally walking without putting in any extra effort. So you could do something where audio you can do by a passive.
Not the case.
But that,
I mean,
then
this is Yester
that
Hill. There's
complicates the
constant
whole thing.
thunder and lightning and chanting and drums. I was like, they can cover themselves in like mud and like attempt to stealth. I mean, worst case scenario, you get caught, right? Like worst case scenario, you get stealth and you get caught, and combat happens anyway. But like to open with like charge, I'm like, why?
Yep.
There's dozens of them. Dozens.
Yep.
Funny.
Yep.
Yeah.
One other thing I will. Can you throw giant ape onto my list of things, because I have polymorph as a spell and I may be needing that in the very near future.
Okay.
Although
Give 'em
actually,
the whole body
you know what?
animalography.
Don't bother on giving that to me, because I shouldn't be casting it on myself yet.
Okay.
I will be doing that is my vague. That is a vague backup plan. If I am able to get Jeb up and then get a full of the round before he goes down, I can give
Don't
Jeb
look at
help.
the full moon. Okay, hi. Don't look at the full
Yes.
moon.
Yes.
Giant ape.
Yes. Giant apes are cool.
Dragon Ball Z.
Yep.
Can I use
apologize
inspiration to
about the-
reroll one of those damage dice?
Yes, you could. No, not the damage. Could you?
What?
He's inspiration. You can use it on your death saves.
Yes. You can roll death save with advantage.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So it's just a D20 roll. I didn't know if I could make you reroll one of the damage dice. One of the
that's
D10.
that's
No,
lucky.
That's lucky. No,
It's
it's not
lucky,
even
yeah,
lucky.
that's what I'm
Lucky
saying.
doesn't let you
That's what I'm
reroll
saying.
That's like
damage.
how are
a
you-
chrono
D20.
mage feat. I know. There's
Yeah, I was
there's-
wondering what the limitations of the inspiration was.
Yeah, it's re-rolling a D20 that you rolled. I think, right?
You guys need a grave.
I'm still
cleric.
gonna need it. I'm gonna need every chance I get for those death saves, minus the automatic fails.
I'm surprised nobody here has like healing word. It's such a common spell. Like our teammate
I
has
have it in the
fallen
ring.
and is about to die. Healing word, you know, like defibrillate.
I have healing word.
Well then,
Jeb was still Jeb. I didn't
Get
realize
on
how
it.
badly hurt Jeb was.
get,
Oh no! If Jeb is not dead by my turn,
Yeah.
we're fine. I can get
I
Jeb
mean,
up.
Jeb is also
Easily.
made out of paper. Him going from not
Nadia-
hurt to hurt is a razor's edge.
Nadia just like runs next to Jeb and just doesn't even save him, just like puts the ring of mind shielding on him. I'll save you. Dies. Now you're with me forever.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Although I will say this, I would not use Healing Word to get you up. Healing Word would be a boring way of doing it. There's a much better way for me to do it.
The boring way that's like safe and secure and guaranteed. We're gonna
no,
freaking charge head first into battle, and then we're just gonna wing it.
The fun way is my Wildfire Spirit is going to fly down. I can cast through the Wildfire Spirit, so I'll cast Cure Wounds on him through the Wildfire Spirit, and then Fiery Teleport on the Wildfire Spirit to bring them elsewhere.
I gotta say,
How do we go to Yester Hill twice and the exact same thing happens twice?
I don't know. I'm as in much awe as you are, frankly.
Jeb wasn't there
Because
last time.
Something
and
about
two of you weren't
circles
there either.
really triggers us. Apparently, I don't know.
yeah, it's charge, because I think we always look at it as there's no feasible way to actually stealth through this. You're
What do
wide
you
out
mean?
in the open.
There's like 4 ways I wrote, and more you could come up with.
I
And
know.
if we're just charging in, at least let me
You
go
wrote
first.
friendly on your shield. What was that about? Charge. Like,
I was going to try and talk our way through things,
you're
and then I didn't stop Jeb.
yes.
And Jeb just like, fuck this, let's do this.
We
Jeb!
corrupt
to be fair,
Gothias
we didn't.
druids, and that's a fairy. One
To be
of
fair,
us,
we didn't attack.
one
We
of
didn't
us.
attack first this time.
What do you mean?
We didn't
Well,
attack first this time.
True, I guess. Although I'm
Did
gonna
we
say this,
attack
getting
first?
outranged by players, like, okay, I'm happy for you guys winning all that, but getting outranged sucks. Like homebrewing monsters who are like, oh, they're gonna work together and gonna do this, and then like spending 2 turns just moving because I'm outranged sucks. I'm like, I don't have.
That's
The,
why.
the
that's
big boy was supposed to be
specifically why
scary,
this-
and he turned out to be like lame, like grapple. I was like,
That's specifically why this character has a hand crossbow, because it has the worst range of any of the ranged weapons. I flavored it like he doesn't like hurting his fingers, but it's the worst ranged weapon.
You can pour
Minus like a
water
dagger.
into a bag of holding, correct? Like 300 cubic feet of
Yeah,
it.
you can pour water. Yeah.
Like, you can use it as a decanter of water, essentially.
Yeah.
600 pounds of water.
You just did that in
That's
your
not
head.
that much water, all things considered.
No, I mean, it's a lot of ale.
It's a lot of water, but it's not
Just
as
keep
much
It's
storing
water.
not
ale.
actually that much volume of water. Yeah, because water is heavy.
Every time I read like a post on Reddit of people who are like, oh, we fit this person through like a 3-foot diameter opening in the bag. We fit a person in and he suffocated or something. I'm like, you can't fit people in a bag of holding. You can't fit mirrors in a bag of holding. Like, it's a 3-foot diameter. That's it.
I mean, if it's 3-foot diameter, then that's easy to get through a 3-foot diameter circle. That's easy,
I guess. I don't know.
right?
We're
Measure
talking
your
about like
measure
we're talking like the
yourself
target is
across
wearing
the
like armor and stuff, and she has like broad
shoulder.
shoulders. And
I
stuff.
know, but 3 feet is a yard. Remember how you measure a yard? That's
I'm not American. I don't know what a yard.
Well, it's a meter.
No, it's not. A yard is not a meter. Don't.
And, yeah,
Yes, it
Smell
is.
that? Smell in there? That's gasoline. Are you gaslighting me? Like,
3 feet is definitely a meter.
yeah.
3 feet is
They're
definitely a meter.
they're within decimal places of each other, right? 1 yard is 0.91 meters.
oh, well, it's
Well,
like,
like,
missing a
is it-
10th though. So
Yeah, isn't like a meter 3.3 feet?
Something like
and
that.
a yard is 3 feet?
you're talking Chinese. I don't know what you're saying.
Something like that. But remember, we Americans have better units. Ours are based off of the size of barley corn, right? That's what the inch was based off of.
Anyway, I'm just looking over.
Just
like,
catch it.
Van
Just
Richten.
America, catch up with the rest of the world, please.
You catch
No.
up with us.
Yeah.
No,
Anyway,
everyone should use freedom units.
I'm really trying to do this thing where like having Esmeralda around is fine because she's badass, but I don't want to have too many NPCs in the party to the point where like the party becomes irrelevant. So sorry if like Van Richten reveal felt a little like.
That's fine and perfectly reasonable because yes, that is.
I don't want to be coy for the sake of being coy. Y'all already knew, so I'm like.
No, like I think Van Richten being guy in the chair is perfect.
Yes.
Like I don't expect Van Richten to let
he has
rock up.
His fair share of like things he can do. He's not just
No,
useless.
but
yeah.
I'm not saying he's useless, but I think Van Richten as guy in the chair works far better than Van Richten guy casting spells on the battlefield, and I think it works even better to like the best.
I'm
he
looking
can
at
go
all
for
his
is-
spells, and like think of him like a cleric priest. So like it's all support. It's not battle spells. It's like after battle spells.
Oh yeah, exactly. Like guy in the chair, like we go to him for support if necessary, but more importantly for information, rumors, lore, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Which
ultimately,
is far
the
more-
solution
Ultimately,
is
that he's RP chat. Essentially, that's how I'm gonna use him, and maybe endgame. We'll see. But I really don't want to involve too many in endgame because it takes the limelight away from you. In the end, it's your story.
I'll say this. And one of the people I ran for at work is apparently in a Curse of Strahd game, and their final BBEG battle thing, they had like everyone was running 6 NPCs because they had gathered that many supporters around.
Just run in the
It was
background. I
just
did
like,
the same thing, but
no,
the battle
just-
was in the background, and then the battle was outside of Ravenloft, and then the party was inside Ravenloft. So we made Yester Hill in our campaign last time. One of our characters replaced the Kulthas tree and became a god of nature, and all blights in the land were under his control. So the final battle was like the tree ants from Lord of the Rings just charging Castle Ravenloft. They were sieging it. They were sieging the walls. There was a battle outside, but the party infiltrated the castle itself and confronted Strahd within.
Yeah, that's the way you do it.
Don't do 6 NPCs per player, and then like they all gang up on Strahd because Strahd's gonna be like, shit.
No, that's my whole idea with Revenants. They're not going to help us against Strahd. They're going to be taking care.
They're going to be taking care of Strahd's armies, which he definitely, absolutely. You ask a question, yes, he absolutely has armies. I'm not going to go into detail because you'll see for yourself. But I mean, he conquered Barovia. He can conquer again.
Yeah. I know there was a 3.5 book about how to run basically a war campaign in D&D, and what it basically had is have your players act as special forces type people doing quick missions, and
I wanted to do that for the memory of the Argynvost battle, but I was like, it's too much. I'm trying. The Tome Star is supposed to tell a story. If I'm getting you guys to like do a lot of combat, then it stretches on.
Yeah, and basically what it was also remember that your party should be fighting people roughly equivalent to them, because if they're taking on, if you've got your party that's taking on a group of low-level standard soldiers, well, that force has someone who's equivalent to the party who's doing the same thing to the party's side. And so now you're just slaughtering your way through all the little guys. Does the party really want to do that?
Yeah, anyways.
Do they really want to sacrifice the little guys? But
so
I
gotta I'm gonna fucking crash.
Yeah.
Can't talk anymore. Jeb, I put the character sheet on top there. It's ready for you if you want to mess around with it. Message me. I'm off all day tomorrow. I'm just gonna take a nap now because I've been up for God knows how too long.
Yeah. I'll probably run some questions and stuff by you tomorrow.
Yeah. And I'm looking forward to seeing Brandar really come online too. I like how Kiahi expressed that I love hearing your attacks. It's refreshing. Samson kind of.
Yeah.
I like Samson, but like having the same shit all the time is. We needed something new. So it's refreshing to see interesting druid combos. I'm looking forward to seeing what Brandar could do with his suit and stuff.
Yeah.
Throw boulders, man. Deconstruct the wall.
I touched that wall. I'm getting hit with a lightning bolt.
I like it when players interact with a map and they're like, wall of stone? Yeah. Are they like place boulders, no mortar? Yeah. I lift a boulder. Strength check. Okay. I fucking toss it. I'm like 6 bludgeoning damage, man. You're casting spells.
Believe it or not, I was
cast
actually.
boulder.
Believe it or not, I was actually thinking something, cause of where I put myself. Like you said on each side of basically the entrance, the hangs were 10 foot high, right?
What?
The rocks.
Please tell me
It's
you're doing
like
what I think you're
terrace.
doing.
It's like 5 feet, right? And then like there's boulders here and there that make it 10 feet.
Yeah, but like the entrance was like basically the entrance that were 10 feet.
The entrance, yes, because it's dipped. Yes.
Yeah. Basically, my plan was actually like Thunder Gauntlet punch one of the rocks and let it see if I could get it to collapse onto the big guy.
Yeah, that's a good plan.
Oh yeah.
I don't know.
That's actually.
Like,
I love it.
that's the biggest thing when you find like werewolves and Vermruchen. This is straight up Vermruchen knowledge up here that Esmeralda will know too. Fall damage and crush damage. Like, it doesn't matter if you don't have silver weapons. Crush them. Just toss them over. They'll die. I was I don't want to do it like in our campaign because we had enough werewolves, but I was reading this post on Reddit. Somebody had a road encounter where it was a bunch of Barovian commoners, whatever, like peasants, who have found, downed, and bound a werewolf that has reverted to like his human form, and they like bound him to a post in the middle of the road, and they tried to like kill him. So they started like hacking him, but like their weapons are not silvered, so they're all like axes. They're hacking out of his limbs, and he's just laughing and regenerating, and there's blood everywhere. It's such a horrific encounter, and I was like, that's good. I would put it in our campaign, but it serves no purpose because there's no plot to it. But I was just like, that's a nice horror element. But then, like, how does it resolve? Either the party kills the werewolf, lets him go. I don't know. It's dumb.
That could be good if you were before you went to like the wolves den. I mean, they can't hurt him, but if you have a silver weapon, you could torture him a bit and get him to speak.
Mm-hmm. Before, or like if your distant ally is a werewolf.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yep. Anyway, fun stuff. I am gonna go.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to it's 4 a.m. So have a good night.
Night.